this works. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, shit. Oh, let me push that. Oh, Jesus. I have a cat hair in my mouth. Chat, are you there? Do you hear me? Do you see me? Am I visible? I apologize, well, I'm not really that late. Usually I start streaming at like 9:30. Lately though, I've been kind of getting here a bit earlier. But I had a lot of setup to do today. There's a hole in my jeans. Pretty big. I need to replace these jeans. They're very old. Look at that, chat. How's that for quality? We should be streaming at 1080p 60. You guys will have to tell me if we are not. Or if you have any problems, or if you don't hear me, if you don't see me, anything. Because literally everything had to be installed fresh. And I tried to export, what I could, but, there are always going to be issues. We have a new camera. Which, from what I saw, the new camera seems to be picking up my whites a bit better. I don't think I will need a ring light. I don't think I will. It's a big old water splotch on my keyboard. Okay, I think we're good. FPS 60, bitrate 6000. It's looking good from Twitch. Well, we will monitor it. We will monitor it. We'll just hope. I hope it's recording. It says it's recording. My stream deck says recording. It's got the little record in the stream that I can mute and unmute myself. It's looking good. Previously, when I was streaming, I would see like I don't know, sometimes 70-80% CPU usage because it shows CPU usage. I don't know if that's super visible, but now it's just showing like 0 and 2% because I'm offloading it to the GPU, which is great. It's very nice. Which frees up the CPU to do whatever the hell we want it to. We could, I don't know, cat girls or some, I don't know. We can do anything, okay? We can do anything. We can go anywhere, chat. The world is our oyster. There might be a little bit of funky camera work going in between scenes because right now I'm I'm doing two things when I switch scenes between my camera and my main scene. Is I'm adjusting the camera zoom as well, so I need to kind of fix that and just make it look a bit better. Yeah, you guys will have to let me know if things look good, if things sound good. And if they do, I think we're good to go. Test the, we'll test everything. Just, we'll take it one step at a time, right? I don't think I pushed any of my changes. I probably should. Added cave. Well, not puzzle exactly. And loaded plastic up with more assets. Lol. At some point, plastic is going to get very mad and force me to start paying them money. Which is what it is, I suppose. I'm going to pull this to main. Yeah, how's the stream quality for you guys? Is everything working? New cave and shit. Small changes and fixes, I don't know. There's my new branch. What's the name of this program for you? This is Plastic. It's Plastic Source Control. I think owned by Unity. I know how we feel about Unity, but Plastic is pretty nice. And it's free up to 5 gigabytes for repository and 3 users on that repository. And it has integration with, well, if it's, you know, acquired by Unity, I assume it has Unity integration, and it has integration with Unreal as well. Welcome, Dremel. I'm glad you can hear me. I just set up a new streaming computer. I got the parts yesterday. I built it overnight, over the evening. Got it set up today, this morning. It's been a while, 24 hours, put it that way. New camera. Got a new keyboard, mouse. I have this wrist rest that comes off and is like a weapon, like a machete. You could definitely hurt somebody with this. This is good. If I ever get robbed, I can pull this out and just smack somebody with it. Okay, we are making some small fixes and changes today. My colors look a bit different. That's fine. Okay, there was something yesterday. I was going to the store yesterday to pick up the computer parts, and yesterday I thought there might be one bug with the wording in the tutorial. Oh yeah, it was with the potion effects. I think I wrote in the potion effects that it takes the lowest common tier, but it actually takes the highest common tier for the effects. I need to fix that up, if that's what I wrote. That would be confusing for people. My colors just do look a little bit less... My contrast looks lower. I wonder if that's something with the... Maybe on the Elgato's side. I'll fix that after stream or something. I think for you guys it'll look the same as it usually does, but for me I think my colors are a bit off. Oh yeah. You guys can't see it, but I move it to my other monitor and I don't know, maybe I could have. Contrast 50. No, I'll adjust it on the... Up to you guys. I'll adjust it on the Elgato. I think that's what the issue is with. Okay, tutorial. Make any potion. Yeah, it says that the lowest common tier. Actually, the highest common tier. That should help. Now, technically, I did want this cave to be blocked by some vines or something that the player has to throw a potion at. Now, we're not going to have the throwing the potion yet in the way that I want it, but this is something that can just be put in and explained away to publishers, essentially, that this is just an example of being able to unlock an area that you didn't have access to before. Travis, thank you for the raidman, and welcome, readers. Get the evil communist raiders! Welcome, guys. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? and please let me know if you could see if I completely changed my streaming PC and had to, install everything fresh. So if there's any like weird thing going on, please let me know. Lupin Studio, thank you for the follow. Working on some mods for Session Skate Sim. That's really awesome. They did get they did make mod support recently, did they? I feel like I remembered seeing something about that. Not from the raid, but hello, Lupin, and thank you for the follow again. How are you guys? Happy Thursday. Yes, it is Thursday. Well, not exactly. Okay. Please correct me where I'm wrong, because I know I saw a couple of things regarding mods, I think recently for Session. One of those does help modders to do some things on occasion. That's really awesome. That is not something you see often. I have a BP obstacle. Does this box block pawns? It does not. I need it to block... Yeah, I need it to block pawns that the player can't go through. And theoretically, if that's set up correctly... Player shouldn't go through here. But a bunch of maps and clothing mods created. Me and a very small list of other people work on some blueprint mods. It's tempting to get a multiplayer mod started, but struggling. Like just adding multiplayer to session through a mod. Just that would be insane. That's not a small mod. That is quite a large change. I'm just kind of cleaning some stuff up because I threw a whole bunch of shit around. Getting this new computer set up. God, I hope this works. Now, let me test if the player runs into this. Should block the player. It might also block the NPCs. Okay, it does. Good. I'm going to make a child blueprint class of this and add in the vine meshes. We must have something. Hard to find resources for adding content to an already packaged game. Yeah, it is. I really support modding, you know, because that's the way that I got into the game industry, was by modding Darkest Dungeon, right? So I'd love to support modding to some extent in as many of my games as possible moving forward, but I know that Unreal can be a little bit challenging with that. So I need to do more research on how that works. I like this Unreal. So if I have the child, can I still modify the box separately? Let's see. Yes, we can. Good. Okay. Awesome. Static mesh. I mean, the meshes might already have collision on them. I don't know. Gotta crash out though. Gotta wake up the kids in a few hours for school. Have a good stream. Yeah. Thank you for the raid again. And, you know, welcome everybody who's here, and take care. I'd love to hear more about that. I really hope I can meet the session devs again. They were really awesome. We didn't get a chance to hang out when we met because we were, you know, both trying to work and stuff. It was like Gamescom, and it's like Gamescom is just mentally draining beyond belief. Yeah. That's why there's just, I want 1 year, just one year to go to Gamescom and not have to do work, but I don't know if that's ever going to be the case. Especially now that I have my own company, it's like, well. Okay, I don't think this mesh is going to have collision normally, which is fine. It does not. That's good. Was the same. I mean, it's kind of, I guess, I don't know, it's a little weird to, these aren't the greatest vines to pretend that they are an obstacle for the player, let's be honest, but let's just use our imagination to pretend these are like some thorny, nasty vines, okay? We will use our imagination here. I mean, what this should result in is if the player throws the potion, the ball, currently at these vines, they should disappear. The player should not be able to get through them, even though it looks like they really should. Yes, okay. It's a bit silly at the moment. I was thinking of making just like some helper widget that you could pull up and read a bit more about each of the systems in the game. I think that that is a very low... It's very easy to do that. I really need to adjust these colors. Please give me 1 second. Picture. That's not going to adjust my contrast. No, that's not going to fix it. Let me see. Where's the... I can do it through the control panel. Just everything looks muted. Everything looks muted. I don't have the right contrast that I need here. Is that the right? Wait. Weird. Is that changing it for you guys? It should be feeding that back into my... I don't know. But if I change this one... I'm not changing anything either. I don't know, there's something weird going on. It doesn't look bad, it just... It's noticeably less contrast than how it was before in my other monitor. Looks a bit like, I don't know, washed out. But I bet you guys can't really... I don't think it's really affecting you guys at all, so... We'll deal with it today. If you guys weren't here, this is the cave we made yesterday. I can run through it in big boy mode. Now that we're streaming at 60 FPS, you can noticeably see that we are not getting 60 FPS in the editor, which is fine. It's really hard to get, you know, significantly good quality while testing in an editor. Hey Kusi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Let me know if you have any like audio or video issues, because I have a new streaming computer set up, so I'm scared. Sitting down to work. We can work together. I'll get you through the Thursday. Stupid eyes. Why is there a light at the end here? Are we coming from the rocks? On this snail. Kinda hard to see. Yeah, this is what we made yesterday. Well, we made it yesterday and Tuesday. This little cave. I think the cluttering is not the greatest, but it is functional for it. I really like that. I like what we did back there. Like the 2 layers of depth. Hey Lazy Fangs, how you doing? Day 3 of boulder placing. No, I don't think we're gonna. I'd like to just do some smaller fixes today. If there's anything that I'm, egregiously upset with. I was thinking of making a little helper widget too that you could pull up at any time to read more about different systems in the game. Something just to help players understand, where things are at, what things are expected. So I'm not sure. But we do have the new streaming PC running right now. So if you have any issues, please let me know. Any issues with sound, with video, with elements not working, any stream alerts bugging out, anything. Probably do like the helper widget through the escape menu maybe. To keep the logic consistent. Low port working still? Good. I might do the little helper widget, or if there's anything smaller that we want to do, we'll see. Because it's like we have just this day left of development until Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out. So I don't want to start anything large and then, have a week or so where I just forget what I was doing. It'll give me time to think about how much time I might need for making the GDD and the pitch, and if I need to do any documentation, business documents, because I probably do need like a business plan. Well, I know I need one. Might throw some text on here. Text to render. Granted, I could always do that on the interaction the same way that I did with the tree, so maybe let's not do it this way. I think I have to reparent the obstacle to a interactable, the same way we did here. Yeah, parent interactable, okay. Let's take the BP obstacle and reparent to interactable. I'm gonna copy the transform. Just paste it to the interactable as well. That didn't work. Okay, and the same thing we did here with the interact. Just gonna make sure we trigger a custom event to hide the tooltip if the player is looking at the tooltip while it's being destroyed. This should be in the parent. I messed up. Hold on. Good start. Good start to Thursday. Just crash the editor. Yes, I would like to reopen the assets that were... I like this is what asset editors were open when the editor quit unexpectedly. No, the editor crashed. It didn't quit. Quit is an option. Hey Blitzkrieg. How you doing today? Lurking as usual? No worries. Lurk away. We are a premium lurking channel right here. I think the obstacle box is... I wanted to ignore all traces. Did the thing yesterday? Oh, with the new meta. Don't show up. There we go. Only problem is player destroys it. It's gonna stay on screen. That's fine. I should use this to... Hold on, where's that thrown potion? I still think it'd be kind of funny if I do the if I do Unreal development with green screen pants. He's so dumb though. It would be so dumb. You guys just see my hairy, unkempt legs, scratching itchy butt while trying to focus on me building a game. At a certain point, it might be a bit too much. Does implement... I think we could still just use the destroy actor BPI. I don't know why we wouldn't. Destroy self. Custom event. Hide tooltip. Hide tooltio. It should still work the same way. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, let's promote to variable. Obstacle, title. Description. Hey TD Zombie, how are you? I am good. I built the streaming computer and we're testing it out today. The new one. I have 1% CPU usage now. Very good. You guys will have to let me know if there's any quality problems or if there's any, like, I don't know, just any issues. Just anything, even if it seems small, but it wasn't happening before, just let me know and I'll get it fixed up. Okay, obstacle. This should mean that we now have obstacle title and description here. Perfect. Overgrown vines. Quality is very good. That's great to hear. You guys have like the source 1080p 60 option, right? Like it looks like any other 1080p stream. What are you working on right now? I'm just doing some small stuff because you know tomorrow we're jumping into Dragon's Dogma 2. Which I learned that it is for sure launching tomorrow. It's launching tonight at midnight, like 1 or 2 a.m. for me. So we'll be able to procrastinating. So we should be able to play it in the morning tomorrow. I'm gonna be really excited, and yeah, that's all I can say. I'm really, really, really excited to get into it. I have heard the FPS is a bit not so great, so we'll play it by ear with the settings and see what happens. Because I do have a pretty old CPU on my work computer here. Eventually it'll have to be replaced, but that's just money I don't have right now, especially after building a new streaming computer. And I was up pretty late last night because I learned that I have some stupid asshole taxes that I have to pay. Quite a bit of them. And there might not be any way out of it, so. Talks if you try being nicer with taxes. It's so first I use a program to file my taxes because first off, I can't file them in person because they're US taxes, right? I'm not in the US. And secondly, it's really complicated. Without a program to help me, I wouldn't be able to do it, so I have to pay for a program. It's not too much money, but it is money. And then on top of that, I have taxes that I apparently have to pay because I have a business. That's it. And there's no way to reduce that amount. So I'm kind of just stuck paying like $300 for that. On top of that, I have some sales and use tax that I didn't know I had to pay because I set up my company with a seller's I don't really know. I'm trying to get in contact with an accountant that my dad also uses for his business. They're asking for like $650. I don't really have that, so I don't know. OnlyFans time, yeah, maybe. It's like I guess I just have to pay like $1,000, which, you know, for anyone who, you know, lives in Poland or lives in like similar currency equality of Poland, that's a lot. You know, that's more than most people's rent costs, and some people that's rent for 2 months, $1,000. So yeah, it's a bit. It is a bit. It's about 3 times what I paid for this office for a month. Double, yeah, it's, I don't know. I think my dad was he was telling me like not to worry, and I'm like, I'm not worrying. I'm just pissed. Need a loan now. We'll be fine. But it's just this comes on the back of me building a new streaming computer, right? It's like my expenditures have been high lately. It did have the new text, right? It did. Live in Poland? I do. Hello, Golden Doggo Software. Golden Doggo Software. That's an amazing name. Yes, the spy. Exactly. I want to add more vines here. My grandparents love golden retrievers. I do live in Poland, Polska Górą. Okay, we can do the helper widget. I'm gonna go on retriever so I come up with the name. Golden retrievers are good dogs. Every golden retriever I've known is sometimes maybe a little too energetic, but not in a bad way, right? But those may be just the ones that I knew. Very energetic, but very loving, very happy, very good with kids. Never aggressive. Positive, energetic, and a family. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Can I make that small helper widget? I think it'd be good for the game if I just had something you could open up. Like, I don't really understand what this tutorial is telling me. You know, sometimes that's just a, sometimes that's a tutorial thing. Sometimes that's an individual thing, and I think it would be nice to have a little widget like that. UI. Only aggressiveness is towards the owners, and the amount of affection being smothered under a 30-kilogram energetic pup is no joke. And to evade other dogs when they bark at him. Aw, poor doggy. Escape menu. You'd basically be doing the same thing as this with the escape menu. Helper. WBP helper widget. I'm thinking of just having something simple where you have a list of options and then you just click it and it updates the box on like the other side, right? So you don't play with them, they attack you with them. That happened a lot with The golden retrievers I knew. Bring you the toy. Begging you to play with him. Wrap with border. Wrap with size box. Anchor center. Use Blueprint or C++? Mainly Blueprint. But that's only for the time being, let's say. So the objective is to prototype with blueprints as quick as possible and then nativize the functions, especially for vertical slice, in C++. So right now we're just working on the prototype, so we're doing things a bit messy, a bit sloppily, just to get things to that point that we need to determine if the game is valuable, worth going forward with. And then if we do that, we will make a new project entirely and build everything with a proper code architecture in C++. But still prototype in blueprints where needed, and then just replace those with proper things. That at least is the way that I want to approach it, but other studios do different things, right? I like being really careful. I think we do 6, 6, F. Let me see. Oh, I didn't put a second border on this one. Yeah, it's the same color. Okay. We're good. Let's see. I want a vertical. English is so good, so I presume you moved to Poland. Yes, I am. Jestem Amerykaninem. This music from Skyrim? It is. I listen to their sounds, music and ambience, and then I play some like soft rain sounds in the background just for the vibes, right? My English is good, my Polish is terrible. Do a vertical box, X, horizontal box. Well, let's see, size box. No, hold on. Because I want it to be, I'll show you guys what I'm thinking of doing. Use rain for me. What is that? Oh, that's pretty cool. So it's just like endless, non-stop rain sounds. I'm gonna bookmark that. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know that exists. That probably runs better than a second video being played in the background. I'm thinking widget like this. We have helper text, like just a title for that, right? After clicking random links. Yeah, I do. I have antivirus. And then a bar on the side here with options. And then text here. And I could even do like rich text, so I can highlight different things or whatever. Actually, putting rich text on this side would be fantastic to do. And I could also then insert images if I want. And probably GIFs. I will have to see. I kind of want to test that. So that way I can, if the player's wanting to know how to do something, I can just take a small recorded video and throw it into the UI there. We'll see. These both have to be scroll boxes too. So it's a vertical box with text, image, and then a horizontal box with 2 scroll boxes, but I need to make sure that they're aligned properly here. Can you share his payment info? Yeah. Somebody was asking for those weird numbers on my credit card earlier. I can share those if you want. He says sometime when I go to sleep. So what I do, because I need white noise in the background while I sleep, I use a fan. And I don't think I can sleep properly without a fan. So like there have been a couple nights where I think one time my fan broke and I couldn't get another one until the next day. That was a tough bit of sleep. Now I just stock alcohol in my fridge, so if that ever happens again, we're just doing shots. We're doing shots until I pass out, and then I can sleep properly. Oxidodev, thank you for the follow, man. Okay, so one thing, when I was testing alerts before, it didn't play the right alert with this sound, so just tell me if there's any discrepancy.
Whoa.
It was being really weird before. Stream Alerts really hates me, I think. Game helper. I need old food, I got a diaper. That's gross. Gross but funny. My fiance will very commonly just be like, "Oh, it's only expired by a couple days. It should be fine." I have to like rip it from her hands, like, "No, toss it out. Get out of here. Gross. Expired food." This smells okay, it's fine. She has a hard time sometimes noticing, like, mold on bread. Like, obviously, if there's a lot of it, it's very noticeable, but when there's a little bit... I'll tell you a really gross story if you guys want. There was one time that we bought some... penicillin. That's gross. We bought some, like... I don't know how to describe it. It was like this chocolate cake almost, but it wasn't cake. It's hard to describe. It had like some crunchy stuff in it, and it was a bit thicker. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like chocolate, but softer, but not a cake, with some crunchy stuff in it, right? You know, very, very tasty. And we had left it out on the counter, and it was fine. Like it looked fine. You know, it wasn't going bad. It was only a couple days old, and you know, I'd eaten some. No problem. Well, I go to it a couple days later, and again, it looks fine. No issues. No problem. And I cut a piece of it, put it on the plate. And I pick it up and eat it, and it tasted weird. And then when I look at the piece that I had taken a bite from, there were like these worms moving inside of it. I think you can assume what I did next, and that has scarred me for life. That was a traumatic experience that I don't think I can ever recover from. I will always remember that. And I think it's made me be so careful about things now. Hold on, 1 sec. I just got advertised to. I'm in an office building. And they're handing out like flyers. And yeah, Tarasco, thank you for the follow. Got a flyer for internet. There's this cheese in Italy famous for having worms inside that you'll eat. What? Like live worms? Hello, Tarasco. Thank you for the follow. I'm getting live worms inside of it. It has real worms. That is absurd. It was so gross. It was so gross. I threw it out. I washed my mouth out. And ever since then, I'm just so careful. Okay, but okay, here's the thing. I wouldn't mind eating like roasted grasshoppers or something. I wouldn't mind trying it, or like roasted crickets. But that's when I know that I'm eating roasted grasshoppers or roasted crickets. I don't think anybody wants a surprise live worm of unknown type and origin in their food that they eat. And I'm pretty sure that's what has given me scarlet brain rot. I'm pretty sure that's the reason that I'm dying a slow and painful death of stupidity. It's because I ate that worm. Horizontal box. We need this to fill. Now I need to do a scroll box on the left. Now I can set this to fill, but I think what I'll do is put the size box on this. So I'll wrap this with a size box. We will width override about here. Do 225. We'll do an image, adding left and right of 5. Black. So top and bottom too, I'll do a, well, no, we'll keep it like that for now. Do another scroll box. And this one can fill. There we go. Bird or lizard? Yeah, see, Riley the Raptor, our micro raptor, would be very happy with that. Asking the stomach is too well acidic to let things survive. For some things, right? Some things I think can survive that. Otherwise, like, how would you get infections? This is why I drink alcohol, is because it kills all of the bad things in my body. So I will live longer the more alcohol that I drink. There's a scroll box, and then I put a rich text box in here. You'll become dumber. It only kills brain cells if you drink and don't you need to drink and you need to consciously believe that you won't get dumber, and then it won't happen. You just need to gaslight yourself. I mean, you're a game dev, so it's clear that, yeah, if once you're a game dev, it's gone. I mean, it's over. It's an excuse to justify your addiction. I'm gonna use it too. It works. Rich text. Helper. Look, it took a minute of vacant staring to formulate a sentence. I was formulating an excuse. Archimedes, thank you for the follow, man. My alert sounds so much louder now. I don't know why. Whatever. I'll fix it later. Hello. Hello. Next help. This we need to make the helper item. WBP helper list item. We're gonna make this a small button. Like I said, small button. It's just a button that takes up the entire screen. Wrap this with a canvas panel. Now the button itself needs to fill the entire screen. Well, it needs to fill left to right. T title text. B helper list button. So essentially we're going to be filling up this scroll box with this helper list item. Let's put a little bit of padding on these. I think if I I mean, I could just put a spacer, right? I could just put a old school spacer. Or just wrap this with a vertical box. I'll do padding on the top, not the bottom. We'll do like 8. Thing is, it is going to push those down. Oh no, it pushes the whole thing. That's good. Okay, that's done properly. I'm gonna make the text a bit smaller. Like I don't know, try 20. And this should be a scroll box, so if I duplicate a whole bunch of these, you know, we're gonna have that scrolling effect on it. Let me do left and right padding of, let's try 4. Give it a bit of space here. And this is rich text, so if we just throw in some, we can throw in anything that we want over here. And we'll set the text style, DT rich text. We don't have a decorator class yet, but we could make one if we want to start adding in icons or whatever, or images, and I assume videos? I'm not sure. Rich text, UE5. I know I've done images before, but I've never tried seeing if we can add in videos. Where's the decorator? Rich text. Don't really say anything about adding in videos. I mean, not that I am going to do that, but it would be kind of cool if I could add them. Let's say I can make new decorator classes. We won't worry about that for now, though. We'll have to think of a list of things that we want to explain, and then we can just put them in our string table. Setup page. How do we want to handle this? I think it'd be good to have like a data table where we store this, where we just store IDs of which one the player's currently on, and we tie. That way when we start it up, we can go through all the row names of that data table and assign the buttons how we want. And then we'll know when we click on that button and that it's that row, so we can just immediately send it the right ID. So it should just be a simple structure. Two names. This will be title, body text. We'll do title, text, body text. Helper. ET helper. So we should be able to do like test 1, test 2, we need our string table now. Desktop. There is my string table. I forget, we named an ingredient Violet Frog Dort. Frog with PH. Jesus Christ, that is such a stupid name. So dumb. Let's call it helper text. Test 1. Title. Shit, I don't want those to be capitalized. I made a mistake. For some reason it doesn't think that changing the capitalization Test 2. Test 1 title. Test 1 body. And I'm going to put these in just to test if the rich text is working. Do that. Okay, perfect. And now we can put these as the title text ID and the body ID. And pretty much just copy that down. So now we should be able to just send the helper widget with the setup page and ID. That's it, just the row name of the button being pressed. It'll be a name and we'll do helper item ID. I was thinking we could do two things with the page. So we put the text. You know, we have the title here. We could do something where we show what's selected. So when the player clicks on one of those buttons, it changes how it looks, and that's the selected one. Same way we do with the, or similar in the way that we do with the potion inventory. So when the player has one of these selected, you know, we can see that, right? I think we'll do that. Set selected. This will be when the helper list button is pressed. Helper widget, what did we call this? We didn't call it anything. List item box. Make these variables. You can set brush. Well, it has to specifically be the appearance, but we need to change it for. I can just change background color. Okay, that works. Set background color. I could just do it this way. Get all children. For each. If it's equal to self. Or we'll do a not not equal. That way the true can just kind of go forward and we're not putting things on false. Get helper list button. Set background color. White. I think that's the default. Should work. We'll see. Let's see, on escape menu. Grab with a horizontal box. Let's see, let's do it this way. So this looks really dumb. There's way too many buttons on this. I can refactor this if needed, just change the ordering of these widgets. Getting pretty bloated. It just looks bad. It just looks so bad. I might reconfigure this. I mean, it's a settings menu. How much do you have to do? But I'll reconfigure how this looks. Just starting to look stupid. Collapse that default. On B. Helper. Set this visible. We want to make sure too that the Z order on that is proper. This 0 is okay for the options, so it should be okay here too. I don't happen to have Xbox Game Pass. I do not have it. Do not. Okay, it's working. Need to make sure when we, when we load this up that we set the first one as selected, right? Or we can also have it just say, select an option to see information. Your Frontier comes out on Game Pass and I wanted a co-op buddy. Frontier. Didn't we play that? Not the one where you're in a mech? Yeah, I played this. I'll have to see if I can even get time to play this. It was pretty fun. But it's coming out at a time where I'm playing Dragon's Dogma, I do want to play more of it though. think that'll be nice. All right, so we need a set selected. Setup page. We need a variable on here. Helper ID, it. Right, on the helper widget, we need to do a setup widget on this. We need to like build list or something. Get all data table. Let's just get data table row names, yeah. For each, oh, we'll clear the list too. We'll do list item box, clear children, for each, create widget, helper list item, set helper ID, need a function, build item. This will be called on construct. So when we make that widget, it's going to call this. And we just need to make sure that we set the helper ID before we construct it. That could be a problem. I won't put it on construct. This construct happens here, and then we set the ID. That's not going to work. We need to just do that, and we'll just do build widget, build item. We'll call it directly there. We'll add child. We could also here, what we can do is we can also get child at index 0. We'll have to cast to helper widget. And we will do a set selected. Oh wait, it's helper list item, hold on. There we go. That way when it builds the list, it'll set the first item as being selected. If we don't want that behavior, we can just remove this. clearing it. It's making 5 of them. Now we need to tell the helper list item to build item. This is where we're gonna get our helper ID, get data table row from helper. Be nice and easy. Break. Get. Set text. Get string. Text out. Connect. Return. That is definitely louder than before. Is it just louder for me, or is it louder for you guys too? I tested that this morning, it was redlining my OBS. Let me check, yeah, go for it. It definitely seems louder. Yeah, not sure. What I thought. Is that actually louder though? Because if so, I want to get it kind of closer to before. Okay, but actually tell me if it's, because it's louder to me, but I don't know if it's louder to you guys than it is usually. I don't mind it being louder to me, but I do want to make sure that the alerts haven't increased in. There's my volume. Hey Casper, I think it's louder too. Not that, I don't need that open. I mean, let me pull it up. I think I get it in the wrong time. Oops, that's not it. Main. Needs more reverb. It does control audio via OBS, but I don't see it. Is it hidden? It might be it. I don't remember what I had it on my old. I'm gonna set it to -5 decibels right now for the sound alerts. I think it was between -5 and -3. You guys can tell me how that sounds. Hey, PolyAlex, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Joker. Yeah, I should be updating the title. Error no string, wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, that's right, because we didn't actually pull in the string table. That makes sense. How are you guys doing today? Suppressing the fuck. How you doing, Casper? We just woke up, about to dive my toes into Unreal. Is it your first time, or are you just returning back? Yeah, that looks good. First time in Unreal, oh, that's pretty exciting. Well, if you need any help or you have any problems, just let us know. And either me or somebody in chat can help you out. Fine, good, just woke up. That's pretty exciting. What are you looking to do in Unreal? Are you just like messing around, gonna try to figure out what you're good at? Watching and learning, I got this idea, I know. If you want, you can share your idea. It can help you with maybe where to start. Scary local location game. So like something that reads your GPS? Or is it in some way else? Just stop stealing ideas. I have to make this massive idea first before I can even think of stealing other ideas. PS1 retro style games like the retro non-anti-aliased kind of what were some of the, there's been some Steam games with that same kind of like PS1 feel. I wonder how you would make that with Unreal materials. I mean, I know one thing, you can just turn off anti-aliasing. Oh no, like locally, okay, so locally to okay, I see. I see. I'm getting the hang of it. I'm not stupid, I'm just dumb, okay? Get string at X. And use PP. What? Could you use post-process? There are no string. Wonderful. Oh, that's right, because this is the row name. Hold on. Get data table row. Helper. Did it in your game. Well, I think also Kotspur did something like that too. Now that I think about it, his post process looks pretty similar. New to making Kotspur, you did kind of like a PS1 kind of feel with your post process, right? For your horror game. Kind of like the old like Silent Hill, you know, grainy. I don't know. You're making meshes and stuff, so I'm thinking of dipping my toes into Blender too. That's pretty exciting. First one only had a bit of that. Okay, more like VHS. Yeah, PolyAlex here is looking into doing some kind of like PS1 kind of feel. There was some like burger, wasn't it like Happy's Burger Joint or something? Happy's Humble I think Happy's Humble Burger Farm had that PS1 feel, right? Maybe it was something else. It kind of has that. Looks a bit different than it does now. There's some game I'm thinking of. There was like a driving game. I feel that had that. Also, this is working. I don't have any way to exit it, but it's working. Meow! Holly Alex, thank you for the follow, man. Oh, I bet you guys are hearing, hold on, I bet you guys are hearing duplicated audio. Hold on a sec. I know what it is now. I know what it is. That was the issue. I had to do something a little weird to get the sound alerts to work for me. I remember now. I need to mute. I think that will work. I'll double check my old streaming computer today and just see what I did for the alerts there. Also, beginner, Joey helped me a lot when I first got into Unreal. I'm very thankful for that because I'm not very good. Oh, that's what you did? That's pretty cool. Nice and simple. If we'll be staying here to learn some stuff, well, we are very happy to have you. I'm gonna try replay. I'm gonna try replaying a lot. So, can somebody play a fart? Can somebody? Gosh, she makes. Thank you for the follow. It sounds louder than before. What am I doing? Oh, oops.
Hello.
Hello. It legit just sounds loud.
Talisman! Marie!
Thank you for that. Thank you for the follow. Sorry guys that I'm trying to fix this. I don't know why it's louder. Who knows? Let me wrap this with an overlay. I need my X button. Or do we want to do an X button, or do we want to just do a I'll just do a cloak. Do it that way. Moved to Germany for work in Unreal Engine. It's so boring in this place, so I'm watching Twitch a job. Well, hopefully we can entertain you, man. Why is it so boring? This border, that border. We have the vertical box. We can just throw it in the bottom of this. We'll just throw in the close and just throw in the close button. I'll just copy and paste this. I'm also watching Twitch at job. I'm twitching at job. Don't tell my boss, he'll fire me. That is not centered. Why is that so weird? Oh, I see there's padding on the right, okay. Been 12 days, same weather. I am twitching and I'm watching Twitch. I'm just reading Twitch chat at my job. What's the weather like in Germany weather? Oh no. It's just rain. Oof. Oof. Hey Colt, how you doing, man? It's true. I'm playing weather in the background. It's like a. It's just torturing you. It's just Chinese water torture. You did it to yourself. You clicked on this stream. Like, here's his rain. He can't escape the rain. He puts his noise-canceling headphones in to escape the rain. It still torments him. Looks good. But not friendly at all. They don't even speak. Feels I'm playing a game full of NPCs. In Germany? Where are you living in Germany? That people are just like... I mean, I don't know. I know in Poland, like, people are pretty reserved here, right? But you'll still get people being friendly if you approach them, usually. You see Unreal 5.4? I saw some things regarding Unreal 5.4. They have the preview out, and I think mainly the big ones were that they were improving rendering performance, experimental tessellation, variable rate shading with nanite to get better performance, modular control rig, automatic retargeting, reorganized animation details, overhauled sequencer. That's pretty cool. Motion matching is production ready. A lot of animation stuff and performance. What kind of PC spec do you have or need for stuff like this anyway? Or like a big open world? But generally with Unreal 5, you do need a pretty good PC. But just note too, you're gonna get worse performance in the editor than you will in your game. You'll get, if you're making like a big open world like this isn't even that big, and it's not optimized very well. I get about 30 to 40 more FPS in the built version of the game, so editor performance kind of trash. GTX 1080 all right? Yeah, it should be good. Should be okay. How much VRAM does the 1080 have? Eight gigabytes? You should be okay. Did mention it yesterday, but Treasure Planet PS2 levels use an occlusion culling system similar to Quake 3, though I think it's quite different in implementation. Fusion culling. Broke his piss. Real. What do I need to do? We have that set up. Rich text set up. You can close the menu. I think that's everything. I just need to write some information. I know what culling is. And when things are, you know, it hides meshes and like the player is behind. Because I've done stuff with camera occlusion culling, but I don't know if it's the same there. In Lost Souls, in Fortnite Creator looks better than everything they showed. They pay so much money. I have seen ads for creating UEFN content. I heard Germans aren't really nice for foreigners. You seen how much it pays? No. Alright, what do I want to give helper text on? Let's do... like controls, operation, gathering. I'll reorder these two if we need. You do a lot of your own art? No, I do not do any of my own art. But we will once we hire an artist. All these are just from packs right now. By the way, if you're new to Unreal, don't forget every month, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's every first like Tuesday of the month or Thursday or something, or second Tuesday, I don't know. But every month there's going to be free marketplace content that you can download, and it is free to own forever. It's free to use in any Unreal game, and you do not have to attribute. So check the free for the month content and you can just add it to your account. I was loving Unreal Marketplace, but then I started making my own assets. I wish I could make my own. Been here for a while now. I got like 20 for Unreal, or maybe 3 for 5. Okay. But it's not making CC if you see it. I mean, the thing is, I don't care how much money I make as much as I care about what I'm making. Even if I'm working on like Fortnite content made at $1 million, I'd be like, eh. From April 2023, like every 100 average players is like 1,000. But what kind of content are they making? You know? This seems a little sus to me. Controls, exploration, gathering, obstacle. I mean, maybe it's true. I don't know. But I don't know. What's about turning off rendering on meshes you can't see? Camera-based culling is called frustum culling because it culls out everything that's not within the cone of the camera's view. Occlusion culling is when you cull objects because they are hidden behind other objects. Okay. I wonder what kind of culling Unreal does by default. Has occlusion culling. I think it does frustum culling too, because sometimes I see assets pop if you're not looking at them, so I don't know. My map 1 million player today made 1,400 euro. Still a lot. That's still more than I have had to pay in taxes. I don't know. Who knows what's going on? Controls, exploration, gathering obstacles. Let's do alchemy. We'll do like flavor, effects, Missions, obstacles. All you guys with your Fortnite stuff. Yeah, potions have flavors in my game. Ingredients and potions have flavors. So you gotta be careful about making things taste good. Yeah, we're talking about some Fortnite stuff. I don't know anything about Fortnite. Last time I played Fortnite, it was a wave survival game. Dope like Shrek shit. Donkey. I mean, you can talk about Fortnite, I don't mind. I just don't know anything about it. Don't drink the potion. Exactly that. It is exactly, this is just Shrek. This is just Shrek, the game. Remade. Become a horse again. Man, Shrek is great. I might do different, because I think the text size default for the helper is probably a bit too big. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. I'm wondering if I can nest some of these. But I doubt that I can. That would be too easy. Probably gonna error or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, we can't nest those. Alright. Not a huge deal. Let's see. B controls. Your making looks amazing. Well, thank you for that. If you guys just want me to talk more about, you know, what the game is while I'm typing stuff into a text document, feel free, because I know that's not the most interesting compared to seeing some nice bright colors and ingredients and weird animals running around. What the fuck? It was that is a boar with a plant on his head. I love that sheep. It's a little boar, a little piggy. You guys like it? It's good. I think the vibe fits really well. They're pretty cute. I have some other ones too, like a little snails. Little snails. What else do I have? Gotta find them. Around here somewhere. Oh, here's like a little raccoon thing. But trees do too. I like the placement. Makes you want to run to it. Yeah, that was my goal, was to, you know, you start the player here, right? And the player just could kind of see a few things from this that I think look interesting, like the tree, some big rocks over there, this dead tree, tower up there. You know, just kind of like create landmarks that drive the player to explore. And then of course we need to put rewarding things there, right? We need to reward the player for their interest. Yes, Kitty was here. What size map is this? This is a... So you can create maps of any size that you want. This is, I have a landscape somewhere. You can see the landscape here. I have different chunks, and then I just surround it with some large meshes to act as the horizon. Thank you. We spent about 14 days or so making the open world and placing all the ingredients in here, and we're just kind of, you know, slowly improving it, adding some variety. Our first goal was to get the gameplay loop in place. Now that we have the gameplay loop, we can start to add some variety and different things into it. UI. If I create like default centered text, that work? Do I have justification options? Don't think so. So we'll have to be a bit more simple with this then. How many years do you think it will take you to finish this map? So we're building this in a bit of a different way from just starting a game and building it till it's finished. Our goal right now is to build a prototype, so something that represents what the final game is going to feel and roughly play like. And then we build a pitch and a GDD from that, and we take it to publishers, and we'll see if they're interested in funding the vertical slice. And then for the vertical slice, we remake everything from scratch. So we don't even work on this project anymore. We make a new project file and work on it from scratch. And doing it with the proper assets, the proper pipelines, code architecture, things of that nature. So this map, while I think it's pretty decent, it's representative of what the final game is going to feel like and look like, but it isn't the final map. It isn't the final open world map itself. I don't know if that makes sense. Default is 24. Pretty big text though. I hope it runs well. I know that it isn't very optimized at the moment. Well, it isn't that big. 24 works. But I might put some spacing, some padding on the sides of that rich text block so that the text isn't too close. The edges. I'll do a padding of, I don't know, 2.5. Let's see. Where's my bold? W ESD to move the player. E to interact. We'll pretty much just copy this straight down, so whatever things we need. Oliverius, what's up? We'd be adding waterfalls to the game. Yes. We do have a waterfall in here. It's not too amazing looking, but it is a waterfall. It really isn't that great looking, but it is what it is. How's Cauldron going? It's going great. Going great. We're just doing some small stuff today because tomorrow we're jumping into Dragon's Dogma 2. So I don't want to start on anything big. So I'm thinking of just making this game helper widget that and tell you a bit more detail about the systems or how to play the game, just if you get stuck or you don't know something. Yeah, I think I should have added that a lot sooner than I am, but hey, we're adding it now, right? What are my controls? What are the ones that we want? Let's see, controls. Escape. I mean, honestly, if the player's gotten this far, they know that escape opens the escape menu, so hopefully they remember that. While at alchemy table, U and E to switch station. I mean, we do have some like helper contextual. Wait, I'll have to open a pause menu. That's a good point, not escape menu. Good point. Covering ingredient to send it to different station. I need to make sure too that this box will auto wrap. Okay, there we go. Hardest thing to make in your game. Hardest thing to make in my game. Also, let's play nice in chat, guys. Let's be nice. Hardest thing to make in my game was probably... I'd say recently the scoring system for potions. Taking a sandbox type of potion making system where you can make any potion that you want and trying to determine whether or not that potion meets a client's needs. It's a lot of data calculation, a lot of thinking. And then, you know, how do we penalize the player? How do we reward them bonuses? That was just a lot of thinking. My mind was shot after that. We do have it. R&B on an ingredient or jar to check more details. The Cauldron or processing box information panel to zoom in and out. To click, you know what, I'll do it this way. I'll do LMB, click and drag to move ingredients around the alchemy and processing stations. Debug shortcuts. We have num1. We have a bunch of number pad stuff. I kind of forget all of them. I think I have up to 9. So when reel did you first learn? 4? Yeah, I would say 4 would be pretty much the first one that I learned. AI photos for map, oopsie. Yeah, that's clear, thunderstorm, snow. Change weather to clear. Thunderstorm. No. Set time to day. Set time to night. Enable slow walking speed. That walking speed default. Was Blueprints a game changer? Yes, it was. It really was. Looks still complicated to me, but I'm sure I'll get easily out of all things. Yeah, it was initially just weird because I started to learn like regular programming, and it wasn't really clicking for me. But you know, then I started to get into blueprints and learn more and more, and I was actually starting to able to create things, and much faster. Test potion to. Hope they don't make Unreal 6. Only I don't know when they'll make Unreal 6. I mean, Unreal 5 was such a small. There weren't so like huge changes between Unreal 4 and 5, right? It was mainly just Nanite and Lumen, which are huge. Don't get me wrong, they're great, but you know, it wasn't nearly as much of a difference between Unreal 3 and 4. Let's put it that way. Force NPC to move between points. May break. I think Unreal 6 they just need to make better water and snow. It would be nice to see some better default. I thought they were bringing some water changes to Unreal, like things that they had made in Fortnite and are pushing back to Unreal, but I could be wrong. I mean, it's still Unreal, right? But they were making default. Put it that way. Well, it is a start. We have like some light blue text or something. Some default blue. We have regular blue 24. That could be nice. They're saying about water soon, but nothing happened. Yeah, I thought they were. I don't know. I see Word is looking good. Thank you. How many years do you think it'll take Unreal to reach Houdini level? Ooh. Do they want to compete with Houdini, though? Maybe they do. Maybe they would, you know, it's Epic, right? They probably just buy Houdini. If anything, I feel like Epic would just pull a, you know, the same thing they did with, oh god, what's it called? Quixel. And I think with metahumans too, right? And they would just buy out exceptional technology like that and throw it into, package it default with Unreal. It would be insane. I mean, it's already almost impossible to compete with the level of technology built into Unreal. And I think that would help seal the deal. I mean, I don't mind the blue, but it's too light. I need like a dark blue. Just Google metahuman. Metahumans are insane. They're really insane. There's flux fluid on Unreal for water. It's pretty good. I've seen flux fluid. I've seen they're improving it too, because initially it was all right. Crazy how far we've come, yeah. do regular dark blue 24. I don't need this to look exceptionally pretty yet, but I do need it just to be readable. What kind of graphics card? I have a 4070 in my work computer. Old CPU, unfortunately, but nice GPU. That looks fine. I get my hands on a used 2080 Ti. I will say this, if depending on what you're working on, having more VRAM for the editor is a bit better than having a blazingly fast card, right? So look for something with, I think the 2080 Ti has like 10 or 16, I don't remember. 2080 Ti. Got 11 gigabytes, that'll be fine. That'll be very good. Yeah, I have a 4070 Ti here, I have a 4070 here, I have a 4070 Ti at home with a 13900K processor. That computer is, that should be illegal to have a computer that runs that well. Okay, this looks pretty decent. Let me hit the bathroom real quick, and we'll continue writing up some more helper text. I'll leave you guys somewhere with some fun, bit of snow or something. I'm gonna need water, and I do have water. I got my water. I have my spicy water. It's lime flavored. Path tracing 4070 isn't that good? Is it not? Wine flavored water. No, it's lime. It's lime. Wine. The thing is, it's not even that inaccurate to say wine flavored. I'd probably do something like that. You guys can enjoy some snow while I go to the bathroom. Okay, here's immersion mode. Beer B. back. What if there be a day-night cycle? Yes, there is. There is a day-night cycle. I can set it to nighttime. Here, let the lighting update. I have to go. See you, Gashi. Thank you again for the follow. Ignore there's some like lumen lighting artifacts. I'm gonna need a artist to help me with figuring out how to prevent that, but other than that, there is a full day-night cycle. There are seasons too, but I haven't really done anything with that yet, since you don't play for long enough. Collections look awesome. Well, thank you. That is default behavior, thankfully, of the material. Be Jesus and walk on water, because I don't have a swimming system yet. Also a thunderstorm. Nice and moody. BRB. Yeah, no worries. This tree looks pretty nice too when it's healed at nighttime. I can heal it real quick. Making food, no worries. I will have to get something to eat too. I'm not sure. I didn't eat breakfast this morning because I was trying to get to work to set up the new computer. I like the healed tree. There's a nice vibe to it. Oops. Can interact with that again. That's a bug. Let's fix the bug. Event interact. Go. Bug fixed. Easy. Only all bugs were that easy to fix. Alright, what's the next thing up on the block here? Exploration. Do we want... I don't know what I want to say with exploration. You know, I want to use this kind of game guide as a way to not only talk about what we have, but also talk about the things that we want to have. Like in the future, we will also have this. I also don't know if we forgot to add any controls to this. Oh, I could put numpad 0. Old num 0. Skips any tutorial. May break thing. I don't think it does, but no, it could break things. It could mainly break things with the NPC. If you skip past, or it would break at the tutorial stages, with the NPC, but it wouldn't break any of the game's logic. It might just break some of the tutorial stages, I believe. Better to warn about it. Alright, explore. We can do like a what we have now versus what we plan to have kind of thing. Right now, exploration is limited to this small prototype. Cinnamon raisin beagles. That sounds good. Right now, exploration is limited to this small prototype map where the player is able to pick up ingredients, interact with a few things. Few objects, let's say. Bagels. No, I like cinnamon raisin beagles. That sounds pretty good too. Do you heat them up first and like put some butter on them or something? Remember, I used to have cinnamon raisin bagels, and I would put like some apple. I think it was like apple butter, like apple cinnamon butter. It was like this. And it was so good on that. Get me hungry. Player is able to pick up ingredients and interact with a new object. Objects are things like a dead tree that needs healing. I mean, I need to add a puzzle too. I need to add something. Or obstacles that the player, or I'll just do an obstacle that the player can destroy to move it. The ocean. I'll do bold here. Food is good for the brain, helps you think and stream. Yeah, I used to try to come into this without eating breakfast, and nope, that didn't work. By like midday, I had lost all of my energy. And unfortunately, I didn't get to eat breakfast. I do have some spicy peanuts. Spicy peanuts tasty. Oh. Yum yum. In the future, more activities will be found in the open world, such as I'm thinking if I want to put this in like a different color. Or just do bold. Let me start with bold. More activities we found in the open world, such as combats with enemies via potion. With enemies using potions. Fishing. Farming. I will have to say, like, subject to prototype success, right? Because some of these things may not be fun. So maybe I'll say, in the future, we'd like to explore other open world activities, such as this. These ideas are subject to change or be removed depending on whether or not they're fun and add value to the game. Just to set people's expectations in, you know, fairly, right? We can't promise it. We would like to explore it, and if it's fun, then we'll move ahead with it. Otherwise, it's gonna be scrapped. I think that's pretty decent. And once we put these in the data table, I can then just move them around as needed, so. I think I'll make an idle game. I like idle games. But so many of them are just shit. I don't know. Back when idle games used to be just starting in the market, I feel like there were some really, really good ones. And then it just became, they all just leaned into, let's just monetize. Let's just monetize like crazy and not actually make anything fun. Norp Applelog. My god. I gotta try that one. Chillquarium. I think one of the problems with me finding good idle games too, or just good games in general on like mobile, is that the mobile app stores are the worst things to ever exist for finding good games, in my opinion. Finding actual quality games on the like Android store, not possible. No, I mean, doing a PC is great. It's much easier. I really like, I mean, you guys aren't going to be surprised, but especially if I'm wearing a RuneScape t-shirt, right? But Melver Idol is really great. Very well made. You didn't like it? Kind of boring. You probably don't play RuneScape then. Because for RuneScape players, it's like, oh shit. Now I can play RuneScape when I'm not playing RuneScape. Or I can play RuneScape while I'm playing RuneScape. Tip sounds like too much work. It is and it isn't. It depends on what your goals are in the game. Because you can just like keep it casual and just, I don't know, do some easier shit. Pretty easy. But if you want to do like, I don't know, big raids or earn a whole bunch of crazy endgame stuff, you're gonna have to work. Or pay money. Gathering. I don't know how much I have to say about Gathering. Ingredients of various types can be gathered by being near to them, that's so loud, and pressing E when you see their tooltip pop up. I don't know what else I have to say about Gathering. That's it. That's what you do. I mean, I would say that I'll put it this way, because we can use the same kind of method of detailing the game and do it here too. In the future, Gathering in the future will be deeper. Some ingredients, or I'll say this. Ingredients can generally be found in appropriate biomes and will respawn after 2 in-game days from when they were. Gathering in the future will be deeper. While there are biome specific ingredients in the game now, future we will also be exploring ways, or just, I mean, I know ways to do it, so I'll just say in the future we'll be exploring having some ingredients harvestable only during certain times of day, or only being available at during certain seasons. One other thing I wanted to say about ingredients. It's still loud. My fart took a long while to echo back. What do you mean? Oh, you're now adding the reverb by playing. You're adding echo to the farts by playing them close to each other and pretending that they are echoing around a giant cavern, right? Okay. I'm not pretending. This is... This is us right now, chat. Okay. Just like a buff Amazonian girlfriend that turns into a massive werewolf. Don't make me report you to Sweet Baby Inc. We're gonna get you. Well, there was something else I wanted to say about ingredients, and I can't remember. I just totally forgot. I totally forgot. May also see if players enjoy the idea of non-violently gathering ingredients from some of the animals found around the world. Anyway, I don't know. Who knows? The Sweet Baby Inc. stuff is just wild to me. The way that the narrative is being spun, as if they did nothing wrong. As if they really think that attacking players, their preferences, is going to result in anything positive for them. When has that ever worked? I mean, we had the case with, like, what was it, Battlefield 5? There was some EA executive. I think it was with the women in Battlefield controversy. Basically, he told people to not buy the game. Like, they took the argument out of context, in my opinion, although I will say that some people on that side of... I think what some people wanted was that they wanted an accurate game. And I personally, I kind of agree with that, where if you're making a game based on a real war, I prefer accuracy as opposed to the crazy shit. I didn't necessarily mind things like the blimps in Battlefield 1 and some of the experimental weapons, right?
Talisman! Marine!
Hydrate, okay, I'll hydrate. But I can also understand where people were just, if they wanted, I don't know. I mean, Battlefield 1 got it pretty right too, where they had when they added the Soviet, or not the Soviet, but the Russian army. They added like female snipers, which is historically accurate. And I really appreciate that, where, I don't know, something they put in the game can appeal to people for more than just trying to be necessarily, like, inclusive. It also has historical accuracy, so I can appreciate that. don't know if that makes sense. I'm like talking to you guys about a subject and trying to write, so my brain is kind of split. So sometimes I just say things that are unfinished. I don't finish my sentences, or I don't finish my thought. We have now tools can simply be destroyed by throwing a potion ball at. I don't have an opinion on Battlefield. I really like the the old school like Call of Duty games like number 1 and 2 and old Battlefields as well, and Battlefields that Medal of Honor as well, and I don't know, I really like when they take place during the real wars. But I'm not such a huge fan of when there are inaccuracies because they take me out of that immersion. And if you have a fake war, you can do whatever you want with it. But what are you creating? I am currently creating some strings for a game guide. It's a little like helper widget that pops up for my alchemy. That way the player can kind of get some information on what to do. Doesn't need to look pretty, just needs to be functional, right? Although I really need to overhaul some massive buttons. Looks so bad. Yeah, if you want, I can talk more about like the overall game that we have too, and bigger. I might just make them a straight list. Here he is in the flesh. Big boy. Yeah, it'll be for PC, at least for the start. We need to discuss that with the publisher and just determine what they want to launch it on, but I prefer to launch on PC in early access. The reason I do early access is because I enjoy being able to build with the community and make changes sooner rather than later. But we'd only go to early access with a vertical slice, at least. So you won't see, that way what you would see on our early access is proper builds, proper pipelines, release assets. You sure the name of the game? The name of the game is Cauldron Chronicles. That is the current name. I don't think it will change. Thank you for that, Lazy Fangs. I think the name fits. It's kind of, I think it's interesting. It has the alliteration. It's short. In the future, obstacles will be more varied and require specific potion effects to properly remove. Rocks, for instance, are not going to, I'll do like rubble. Well, for instance, not going to be clearable with a potion that creates a fire effect. It may be removable with some type of explosion or acid. Yeah, that looks good. Alchemy. This is gonna be a big one. Golden Chronicles crafting potion. I kind of like the idea where if we make this kind of half life sim, half job simulator almost, that if this universe is fun, it would be really cool to CCPP. Or just Cauldron Chronicles potions, so we can do CCP. Where we explore like other things in this world. I've always wanted to make a kind of like tavern management game. Okay, so I'll pitch a really old game idea I have that was we never got anywhere with it. You know Scrabble? Everybody knows Scrabble, right? You get different word scores and letter scores based on what you put things on. My idea was a combination of Scrabble and Diner Dash in a medieval tavern. So, it was a tile-based game, and you built the tavern, placed the chairs and the tables during the, the phase when the tavern isn't open. And different tiles would have different effects or buffs for either the table or the chair being placed on there. Only some tiles. And then during the daytime, you would manage orders and grab food and grab, different alcohols or stuff for different characters who had different needs. And you would have, like different characters, like dwarves, for instance, would drink a lot and really fast, so you had to bring them more alcohol. Other people might, prefer different types of food. So I don't know. There was something there to it that I think might be interesting, but we never got past the design of that high level design. We have too many game ideas for Microraptor games. Should we do... Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's do alchemy. Stations. Alchemy table has 3 stations. From left to right, facing table, are the ingredient shelf, alchemy station, and the processing. The ingredient shelf houses jars that store all types of a single ingredient. So, while a mushroom can be cooked or distilled, you will find both variants in the jar with the title of the name of the mushroom. You can inspect or send ingredients to different stations. From within an ingredients jar menu. I think I should add something here too, like processing. Or just ingredient processing. It might be really long though. We'll just do processing. We don't have a huge amount of space, but I can also have the text wrap. Maybe I'll do that. I don't have my boss and everything around him to have shortcuts like this. What do you mean? Oh, with the CCCP? Is it? Wrap there. Shit, I just double clicked. Close. Contract compliance control points. My previous team was called System Services. Oh god. That was like what was it, yesterday when we were watching that, or was it Tuesday? We were watching that design video that you sent me, Lazy Fangs, where they called, what was it, juxtaposition gratification. I don't know if any of you weren't there when we were looking at it. So that we were watching this design video, and he was explaining basically just systems of progression and why they're satisfying for the player. Very kind of like basic, I would say basic game design stuff. And he called all forms of gratifying progression, he like made this term up called juxtaposition gratification. And I still, to this day, it doesn't really make sense. It's a really weird term to define every single game's type of, yeah, he coined it. But it was mainly focused on the idea of being weak and getting stronger, and that feels gratifying. That was basically it. And how different games make you feel weak. And it wasn't like super in-depth, but it's such a weird term. Your jealousy is disgusting. Exactly. I'm very jealous that I can't do mental gymnastics as well as him. What's after? Okay, the next station, the Alchemy Station. Then beats EA's Pride and Acknowledgement. There's like 5 pages that use that term. Yeah. I really don't like, because for me, I'll put it this way. One of the reasons I don't like utilizing terms like that are really kind of, even if that's a term that only experienced designers use. Let's just pretend for a moment. The reason I don't like using it is because you have to often explain design to people who aren't designers. So using complex made-up terms like that can alienate or confuse them rather than help them understand something basic, right? And I think it's much easier for most people to understand the concept of it feels good to be weak and get strong. Even though that is more words than juxtaposition gratification, everybody's going to understand that it feels good to be weak and become strong. Why do you need to complicate this with some made-up term? The easier your design is to explain, the more people will understand it. And you have to explain it to newbies, you have to explain it to people who aren't designers, like programmers or artists or whatever. You need to explain it to your bosses sometimes, you need to explain it to publishers, to the press. These terms, to me, it's the sign of somebody who wants to sound smart but isn't. To be relevant. And it doesn't mean that every term is poorly used, but I think that if you can find a way to explain a complex term in a simple way, that is the sign of somebody who really understands it and understands the basic core principles. Most game design is, we talk about this a lot, creating emotions and experiences within the player and providing them with entertainment. And entertainment, of course, and what is enjoyable is individual. You have games that make you emotional, and that is a form of entertainment because you want to experience emotions. Some games are just like, you know, what I'm specifically meaning like crying or feeling sad, or angry. And other games are just meant for pure crazy hilarity. They're meant to make you laugh and smile and enjoy time with friends. You know, you don't need some weird term to describe this. You're just creating what emotions are you looking to create? What do you want the player to feel and to experience? Because everybody, in my opinion, understands certain emotions, and if you can hit those emotional triggers with your design, you don't need complex terms to describe it. This scene is meant to elicit this emotion in the player. How do we achieve that? Then you can start to get into deeper talks about like narrative design, cinematic design, whatever. If I want to feel smart, I think you can feel smart as a game designer by just creating something good. And, you know, I want to hire, you know, if I'm hiring a designer and they're throwing around all these complex terms to try to impress me in an interview, that is an immediate red flag. Immediate. Because then it's like, okay, if you communicate, you know, and we'd probably be doing a interview with other people too during that, right? And it's like, okay, if you're communicating to me like this, how do you communicate with somebody who isn't a designer? You know, explain this to Bob. Explain this to your dad or your grandma who doesn't understand game design. Explain why this is fun. Trigosaurus Rex. There should be like we could add like a Trigosaurus command where if I start to rant, you guys can like use that command, and then like PNG appears above my camera with a triggered T-Rex. That would be pretty good. But I need an image of a triggered T-Rex in the style of Riley. We did have there is an alternate version of the Microraptor logo that we turned down, and it was with Riley the Raptor looking angry and having like sharp teeth. I probably still have that somewhere. Station you use to brew potions and combined ingredients in the cauldron. I'll say that you use to combine ingredients in the cauldron and brew potion. Donkey. Somebody once told me. Raleigh with Chad job. We could look into something like that. It would cost a little bit of money though. Unless I could try to make it myself, but good. This is your sandbox, and you can freely add ingredients. Move ingredients to your desire without worrying about losing anything. Of course, brewing potions. Permanent. So be careful before you click that brew button. The last station is the processing station. This is where you can send normal variants of ingredients to be processed into other states, such as cooking or fermenting. Processing is a one-way and one-time action. So be careful about what you process. Okay, I think that covers stations. To alchemy system. There are a few things of note when performing alchemy. Need a bullet point. I'm pretty sure it'll show up. Bullet. Where's my bullet point? Gold. Cauldron can only hold a maximum of 5 ingredients. You cannot put 2 ingredients of the same base type in Cauldron. Ingredient effects, when combined, or let's say the resulting effects on a potion are based on the how do I word this in like a condensed way? Resulting effects on a potion are based on ingredients and the effects of the ingredients in the cauldron must share same base if that's it's kind of lengthy. Salting potions effects on it's used where 2 at least ingredients sharing an effect be present. Base effect resulting potion resulting tier of an effect in a potion based on the highest common here found on the ingredients used. So you know, I'm not going to do these in bold. Because then I can't use anything else in these. Well, I can, actually. I can do that. So an ingredient with grinder. A potion with 2 ingredients having regenerate health, but 1 ingredient at tier 3 and 1 at tier 4 would result in the potion having tier 3. What I need to do is put, where's the rich text? Need to use effect positive 20. I'm very stuck on my Cauldron code, and I don't know what to try to fix it anymore. What is Cauldron code? High-level programming language. That is very much out of my wheelhouse, unfortunately, X game. But maybe we have some programmers in chat that if you describe what's happening, maybe they can point you in the right direction. So feel free to share your issue, and maybe we have somebody in chat that can help. Crazier things have happened. That one's gonna look old and positive and old and positive and bold. Okay. One is definitely weird. I can say if you add another ingredient with tier 2 of the effect, the resulting potion would remain at tier 3. I have issues with Gradle. Plugin Android application was not found in any of the following sources. Repository. It seems like there is, I mean, obviously this seems like there is some Android application plugin, probably for building. I assume for like deploying on Android or maybe testing on Android that isn't found. Gradle core plug. Version is included. I don't know what's. Yeah, if you have like a paste bin or something. Unfortunately, I don't know anybody that uses Kotlin language. But maybe there's somebody, you know, that has used Gradle. Maybe I have used it, kind of. Oh, maybe not. I know I've used Gradle before. Ocean's flavor is dictated by an average of the individual ingredient flavors present in the ocean. That's generally. Let me see how this looks. Oh, it's the wrong folder. Alchemy data strings. Paste in. I'm trying to make an assistant application, but specifically for Serbian market, since Google's assistant doesn't work with the Serbian language. Interesting. It seems like there is something to do with. You probably need like I assume that you have an Android SDK, but maybe there's some kind of plugin. It kind of looks like there should be a plugin for it. For Gradle. Thank you for the follow, man. I apologize for the loud alerts. I have to fix that today.
Hello.
Damn it, I was too late. Damn it, I was so close. Hello. Oh wait, hold on. I put all this on the title. Need it on the body. Using VS Code though, should I switch to Android Studio? Okay, and you're building through Gradle. There's probably some kind of... I don't know if you need... Let me see. There is an Android Gradle plugin. You know, and this might fix some of the issue. At least it might fix that that initial issue. Come on, Android application. Yeah, see, we have the com.android.application here. You update Android Studio, you may receive a prompt to also update Gradle. It might help to at least Gradle plugin. It might be better to switch over to Android Studio with Gradle, since it seems to have more natural support for that. But unfortunately, you know, I'm the wrong person to ask. I've never built anything for Android. Aim controls. Exploration. Gathering. Obstacles. Alchemy. Hey, Pel. Welcome. How you doing? Thank you. Anyways, man. Hope it works. Yeah. I really wish I could help, but I've only done a little bit with Gradle, and that was for old school RuneScape plugins, right? That was something completely different. Welcome, Pel. Copy these in. Controls title, controls body. Not bad. We're at work, unfortunately, but it's an easy day today. What are you up to? What kind of work do you do? Gathering. Transport driver on call for Goodwill. And I've gotten some amazing stuff at Goodwill. I haven't been there in a long time though. So if you're on call, do you just kind of, I mean, I don't want this to sound rude, but you just kind of like wait around until you're needed? I mean, that's really it. Very nice. Do you like work full, like, are you on call for normal hours, or are you on call 24/7, or, you know, how relaxing is it? I assume it not at night, right? It would have to only be when Goodwill is open. Normal hours, yeah, okay. That's pretty decent. Like, you can just relax, you can maybe do a hobby, play a game, or I don't know. Just kind of chill until you're needed. Lots of different things you could do, I guess. You just kind of like hang out in your transport truck. Help the people who are on financial assistance, job coaching, disability assistance get to the office or their appointments, so only when the office is open. Oh, I see. I see. Goodwill does... You mean like the same Goodwill that has stores also does... helps like people get around who need it? I didn't know that. That's really cool. Do a lot of stuff. I didn't know that Goodwill has services like that. That's actually really awesome. Elite Tech Works, thank you for the raid. And welcome, guys. Welcome, raiders. Oops, I messed that up. Hey, raided. What's up, August? Hey, Elite Tech Works. Did I mess this up? A lot of people don't, which is sad, but I always make sure to tell people. Elite Tech Works, thank you for the follow. Everyone needs help. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I really wish they had advertised that more. What is this? This is a open world alchemy game where the potions you make affect the fate of the NPCs. I've successfully killed my viewership. What do you mean? What did you do? Where are my strings? Yeah, that's not correct. Okay, that's better. Yo, killing the viewership. I started working on music, so everybody left. I mean, I get that when I play games. I know that most people are here to watch me, like, do game devs when I play games. Graphics remind me of World of Warcraft. Yeah, we're aiming for, and this is not exactly expressed here. This is just a prototype, but we're aiming to have a anime, cartoonish, vibrant, kind of Ghibli-esque art style. Something that just makes you feel like you're in a magical world, but one that doesn't feel as if it violates a lot of the rules that you know about the real world, right? But we're definitely not going for the ultra realistic kind of vibe. Can't kill my viewership because I don't get any. Looking awesome. I'm going to come back and see what you're up to, but I have to go happy streaming. Yeah, no worries. I completely understand. Thank you for the raid and take care. Hope to see you again. I'm trying so hard not to say Genshin. I mean, Genshin is an inspiration. But I think we want to go with a bit more grounded fantasy than Genshin type of fantasy. Strings. Let me test this again. We'll see. You know, it has to be worked out with with an art director. I'm Alive isn't popular enough to get viewers for my speedruns. But maybe there's another game that could. I don't like putting bold on everything. I think I just put bold on the things that need to be bolded. Or on the real side of Atelier. So I really like, to some extent, the Atelier games, but I'm not a huge fan of their alchemy systems. So one of the things we're trying to move away from is the UI heavy alchemy minigames, and trying to put more of that on the player themselves, with being able to manipulate ingredients. And of course they're represented by boxes for now because we don't have actual meshes. That way the player kind of feels like they are performing the alchemy themselves as opposed to just plopping things into a UI. Right now I'm just kind of working on some smaller stuff to, I mean, again, and not that that's bad, right? The UI-based alchemy games, but I haven't seen too many that are you creating the things in 3D space. So I wanted to try to lean into that a bit more. And right now we're just working on a small bit of helper text if the player needs some assistance or more explanation of certain aspects of the game. Just something really basic, easy for me to implement, letting players kind of get a sense of what's going to be in the game in the future and what's in there. Just writing up the text. That way I don't have to shove it on the tutorial like I have right now. So you can see the tutorial in the upper left, and sometimes it gets a bit wordy. And I don't really want to push that any further than it is right now. Helper text for dummies like me. I mean, it is what it is. Like, is this tutorial super great? No. Are the controls in the game super clear? No. Not yet. So, you know, just making it something. Just if the player is like, I still don't really get what I'm doing, they can check the guide to see if there's more explanation there. Or why is there a big pink beam when I hold right click? Some things are works in progress. We are only 65 days into development, so there's still a lot that we have to do. Is it 65 or was it 66 today? 65, okay. 4 more days, chat. Ocean flavor alchemy. we kind of have processing as a whole separate thing, so I would say we'll keep the alchemy like this. I mean, that's a really good idea, so I'm glad you're doing it, because I'm always the guy who checks the entire controls menu before jumping into the game proper. I hope that the controls make sense, and you know, I'm not a good 3C designer, which would be camera controls character. I'm trying to get better, but you know, that's just something that I haven't specialized in. So we probably either just outsource some of the 3Cs to somebody who knows that, or if we hire a designer, try to hire a designer who has more experience with the 3Cs. I'm gonna remove everything just being bold. Yeah, you know, at least I know my weaknesses. And one of those is 100% 3Cs. Right back, just got a call, no worries. Okay, that should be good. Do we want to explain anything more about alchemy? Readings can be removed from the cauldron at any time by clicking the red X on their icon in the panel above the cauldron. Okay, that looks good. I still don't know why those are so loud. Which I knew. Like, I still have my old streaming computer running right now. It's just I don't have anything plugged into it anymore. So I'll just check what I did for the audio after I finish streaming, and we'll see if I just messed up pressing some button or something. Like, I did export all of my scenes and stuff and imported them, but there were still some things that were missing. And some plugins that I had to download. So I'm sure there's just something I forgot. Alright, what's the next one? We have flavor effects. We kind of explain flavor, but I'd at least like to put, yeah, okay, I will have a section, because I'd like to explain that the flavor right now is placeholder. I get that question a lot. What we have now. Future. In the future, in a world dominated. How is this a CSV? Very simply, we have commas. Separating values. That is it. I have a custom data table with a name and a string, so key and the value. And as long as the value has parentheses around it, or I'm sorry, quotation marks, then we can put anything we want in it. So it's a little bit of a hacky solution to do my strings for a prototype. That works pretty well. Well, so that's the really nice thing is so Unreal can, import and export from CSV. So, I can do things like, I didn't even need to make a custom editor. I just have custom export scripts for things like this. Where I have like a whole bunch of structures and arrays. I just write custom export scripts for all my my Excel files. And then I can just drag and drop the export into Unreal. Nice and fast. It's just... It takes time, but when you're working with like really data heavy games, which ironically is every single game I've worked on. Maybe that's why I like working on them so much, is having that one giant spreadsheet, or having these exports, just being able to press that, and then I get the ingredient CSV. Unfortunately, the more complex the structure, it's going to take more time to write it, but we have two structures there, and then this is ingredient data, so we have enums and arrays of structures. So, a lot of nesting of data, right? Boy, oh boy, can that be fun. Flavor is an aspect of ingredients and potions, and takes the form of 3 different flavors: sweetness, bitterness. For my dialog trees, have arrays as variables, and editing that in Excel isn't great either. Yeah, I mean, there are certain things absolutely that are not going to be great to edit in Excel. Like anything that's bad in Excel, there's gonna have to be some other solution. But I really liked, at the very least, having like a custom editor or a spreadsheet is usually better than modifying it directly in here, right? Especially if you have a lot of something, a lot of data. We look at ingredients, and not only do we have 240 rows of them, but imagine, trying to... I knew somebody that did that. I love him, he's a friend. I don't think he's watching right now, so I can say whatever I want about him. But he prefers editing things directly in Unreal, and I'm like, bro. Not only is that just cancerous to look at, but you'd have no backup. You have no backup. You make an issue, you have an issue, you have no spreadsheet to consult, and additionally, Excel is a powerful data processing and analytics tool, right? So I can have, well, for instance, I have effects here, right? And I can determine from my ingredients how many effects of a certain tier and type I have on my ingredients. So I can do balancing here, and I can, determine certain things. And, you know, that's very important. You can't do that in Unreal, of course. So, spreadsheets, always good. But of course, then that's where the question of how do I get the data from Excel to Unreal, and I mean, I do a version control. I think it's better safe than sorry to have that master spreadsheet, right? Because that way everybody can see it. You can share that with people who don't have the engine installed, right? So like your publishers, and they can see that, or if your publisher has designers that they use too, which is sometimes the case. You could also share that information with the public, and it's easier for them to, I guess, parse through a spreadsheet because it's more common knowledge of what a spreadsheet looks like as opposed to the data table editor. But the most important part to me is the ability to perform analytics with Excel, which you can't do with Unreal. But no, I have version control with plastic. But of course, too, should this ever, you know, should my, let's say I do change something in, well, no, that was a pointless. I'm not gonna make that argument. Cut that. Cut that. Okay, sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. These values are expressed on a scale between 0 and 1, with 0 representing none of that flavor in the ingredient or potion, and 1 representing a very strong very strong flavor. In the future, the current flavors we have will be replaced with more of them, and we will switch to a radar graph style of representation for better clarity and space, and to save space. Good. Done. That's enough. Doesn't need to be super complex. Effects. I want to say something similar with effects. Wait, flavor here. Effects. Technically, I could put this in Excel too. The my string spreadsheet. I think I had already started to. No, I didn't. But you know, you have the same thing with like the cells in Excel are not very friendly with showing formatting and stuff, so I kind of prefer just doing that directly in the text editor. Of course, when you do proper string file editing, you probably should have an Excel spreadsheet with context for your translators. They're localized. But we don't have that for a prototype. Okay, what we have now, effects are strongly inspired by the Controls series for now. this is done for testing purposes, as they are widely understood and readily available. Effects in, I'm gonna put that I'm gonna put effects in the tiers. Effects have tiers represented by Roman numerals. A higher Roman numeral indicates a stronger effect. 000. I think that is about it. I mean, tiers kind of just make sense when you say that, so. Effects can be positive or negative. I mean, I'm gonna put the positive effects here in the rich text. The negative or negative. I mean, what else is there to say with that? They're either positive or negative. In the future, effects will be designed around the systems found in game rather than the inverse, where we design systems around effects. This way we can ensure that interesting systems are in place first before we acknowledge and counter them with effects. So you can safely assume that all current effects are placeholder. Good. Okay, commissions. This is going to be quite an interesting one. This one will have to be a bit lengthier, in my opinion. Commissions. I think in general we can just explain what commissions are, and then at the end we can have something about how we're going to improve them later. I mean, in this we'll have to explain quite a bit. I'm starting to feel like giving up on TGS and just focus on the demo. TGS? Oh, on Tokyo Game Show, okay. Again, you'll have to forgive me switching my mind between things. Why do you think so? I mean, do you think you just won't make it, or that what you'll have won't be to the quality that you want to show there? Or that it just isn't going to be worth it for like the conversion that you get from it? Because you have a Steam page, right? Or do you not have one yet? I probably should put one up before we go to Digital Dragons. I really should do that. No, my polish is better than last year, but won't be able to finish enough for a new gameplay video. I mean, do you think that the Japanese market is really like a core to your game's idea? Because if not, then I don't think it's a huge loss. A lot of stuff, but no gameplay. It's like you still need to work on the gameplay loop, even though you have a lot of assets to show. Mission. It's starting to sound like a GDD at this point. I don't have enough human assets. Okay, basically, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's... Cauldron Chronicles is kind of in the opposite, right? Where we have the core gameplay loop playable, but there isn't... We need more variety, we need more things to do, more things to show off. So hopefully I'm going to be able to get some of that, but I think that's okay. Publishers will mainly just want to see the gameplay loop, and then they can read GDD or see mock-ups of additional depth. But as long as they have the core gameplay loop and it's playable, I'm happy with that. Even though I wish we had started earlier last year to make this, but it's fine. Worst case, we have another year to work on it, and we come back next year with even more. Missions overview. Missions are missions in Cauldron. TM. Although I might trademark the name. It depends on whether we get published. And if they like the name, then I'll probably... I should still do a TM for, you know, that we intend to register it. Be safe. It's kind of dumb when you play a game, you know, and that, I don't know, you have a little TM in game. First game, it is the first game for our studio, but not the first game that I've worked on. But how you doing, Wigs? Happy Thursday. You excited for Dragon's Dogma 2 tomorrow? Or is it just me? Can't be just me. Everybody's excited for it. Commission the Cauldron Chronicles are tasks that NPCs... Tasks? Requests for potions that NPCs ask of you. Currently, our NPC will ask, or will commission you for a single potion. Later also referred to as the main potion. Boomer gamer. I only play old stuff. If I hear it's good after the fact, I'll check it out. Steer clear of new releases, tell some news and gameplays about. That's fair. What are you playing? What are you playing right now that's old? What do you consider old? Like, are we going back to Atari? Are we going back to Heroes? It's released all the C and C Command and Conquer collection on Steam. Did did they have those on GOG though before? Or maybe not. I don't know. Command and maybe they didn't. I don't know. Because O is on OR. That's right, because it's yep. So they weren't even on GOG. Kind of crazy. Needed to be on my Steam collection, fair. maybe you know, I don't know how old you are, but maybe you know of if you like strategy games, of a game called Majesty. I need more people to know about Majesty. And this was a game of my childhood. Real-time kingdom management game with heroes that you couldn't directly control. This was my jam, and looks like good shit. It's really good. It's very difficult. If you like your challenge, this game is challenging, to say the least. It sounds good. It still plays good. I think the gameplay loop is great. Yeah, the art style, I love it as well. We had an idea at our company, and I think we're going to do it after Chronicles, to make a spiritual successor to this, but in a Lovecraftian type of universe. Lovecraftian inspired universe. And with, additional features, things like that. But there hasn't really been games made like this, so... And I think it still holds up. I think the gameplay still holds up to the day. One day we'll play it on stream, I think, because it's a really fun game. But don't play the second game, only the first game. Love RTS, I hate that people say it's a dead genre. Yeah, I don't think it's a dead... Wasn't there a really popular RTS that just released recently? I mean, apart from, like, CK3, but, like... I don't think it's a dead genre. I think it's a genre that just needs some... It needs some new games. It needs something to shake it up, right? Because all you have here is just a whole bunch of old, classic, mostly old classic franchises. CK3, Total Warhammer 3, Anno, Age of Empires. It's like Company of Heroes. These are all games. I guess there was Last Train Home. The Last Train Home certainly, I think, sold pretty well. I don't know. You consider Helldivers 2. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of games with RTS inspirations, right? I don't think it's a dead genre. I just think it needs something new, something fresh. I mean, turn-based strategy is for sure making a revival to some extent. I don't think it was ever dead, but CRPGs and turn-based, I think is going strong again. So maybe RTS can kind of see something like that. I think it is definitely less popular than it used to be, but there are more genres and subgenres now, I think. I mean, you could almost say that to some extent, reverse bullet hells like Vampire Survivors or Survivors-like games are RTS games. Maybe just not in the way that you are controlling multiple units. But I would certainly say that RTS is a factor. They are real-time, there is strategy involved. Maybe reverse bullet hells are just a sub-genre of RTS games. RTS mixed with like arcade, right? Yeah, I like the pacing of building a base and collecting resources. So maybe I'll do a very quick pitch of this, okay? Our game idea was where is it? Let's say it's not dead, but nothing's really coming out that grabs people the same way. I agree. And you'll have to forgive the dark coloring, but it was called the Nightmare Lake, and so that it was like Majesty, where you command heroes indirectly in a challenging RTS city builder where eldritch horrors want to end your existence. Set in a Lovecraftian-inspired world overrun with eldritch horrors and death, recruit heroes who have a mind of their own, and watch as the enemies and world break them one by one. Build up your town with guilds, marketplaces, and defenses, as the Nightmare Lake's presence aims to undo any of your successes. So it would be like a, you would create parties of heroes, and they would go out with minds of their own to explore, to do quests, to level up, and you kind of had to manage them and manage your town as they explore and do things, and you could watch as they fall to some trap and are trying to retreat, or some eldritch horror, pops up and they beat it and they level up and find new gear. So it's kind of that combination of almost of like The Sims, where you don't have direct control over your heroes in this case, or your parties, but you do have some level of like god game control over that. So maybe you can cast spells after a certain tier of your wizard's guild to help them out. Freeze an enemy, or petrify an enemy for a short period of time to give them enough time to retreat. You could watch them as they camp out in the wilderness and share stories and build bonds. And if they have those bonds, maybe if one of them is killed in combat, it almost similar to like XCOM, that hero will undergo a resolve test, and may break or may become emboldened and fight to the bitter end. So it was this combination of RTS with indirect control and base building, city building experience that I think would be very popular. I think it would be pretty interesting. It would be visually very beautiful, and yeah, we'll see. 5 push-ups. Okay, I'll do push-ups. You won't be able to see anything though, so you just have to trust me that I'm doing push-ups. Ooh. I don't know what you guys think of that game. Sounds like so much it's in the 4X territory. I would say that to some extent. We would have to prototype it and just see what's interesting. But if you play Majesty, I think it's available. Well, it's the spring sale, so maybe it's on sale. I don't know. It's 11.49 zloty, which is about it's about $3 right now. The sale ends in 4 hours. So if this is like at all interesting to you, if you have $3, I don't think this game would disappoint. And if you play it, you can give it a shot and see how it feels, and that would be similar in the way it plays to what I want to do with the Nightmare Lake. But I want the Nightmare Lake not to be isometric necessarily, but be more of like a traditional RTS camera, where it's a 3D world, but you view it, from that isometric kind of view. Let's just grab the entire CNC series, but I think that was mentioned. I don't think you mentioned that. Is the Steam port good? Does it play well? Based on or I'll say this. NPCs may have additional desires and wishes that you can glean by talking to them. You may find that there are additional potions you could offer them to satisfy these desires and wishes. Later also referred to as secondary potions. They're all good except for multiplayer's busted. Oh shit. I only bought them all because you can't buy Red Alert 2 individually. That's right, didn't Red Alert 2 used to be on Steam and then they removed it? Something? Or am I thinking of a different game? It'd be like Red Fact. I don't know. Steam removes games all the time. I think the original Mafia can't be obtained anymore. Okay, it was Red Alert 2 that used to be on Steam and removed. I remember people used to sell keys of that for quite a lot of money. Original port was bad, oh. Speaking of busted multiplayer games. Is this still busted? Can you still not play this game multiplayer? Do they only have 3 servers now? Servers not appearing in the result was incredibly high ping, matchmaking errors, crashes, and servers not appearing in the browser. I have no proof of what I'm about to say. But I bet that it wasn't servers not appearing in the browser. I would bet that they didn't have those servers. Yeah, overwhelmingly negative. That is okay. So that Wiggs, that was exactly the thing that I found the most ironic. Was that they remastered a game in a worse state. They released it in a worse state than an already finished game. They basically, like you say, unfinished a finished game. They developed in reverse. I think the only ones that are negative are there's the Battlefront collection, there's Overwatch 2, which is at 17% all time. And I imagine that's going to go down even worse, considering I think they just canceled the Overwatch PvE completely. Which to me is beyond understanding how they can cancel Overwatch PvE and claim that it's too hard or that, I don't know, people don't want it. As far as I know, it's something that a pretty decent subset of players wanted, and it's PvE. It isn't difficult. I mean, shit, I can go play TF2 still, and I can play against bots, right? Just make some enemies, make some AI. I don't know how difficult it is. Actually, TF2 has PvE, it has man versus machine. I don't know what they're doing. Well, at this point, the only thing that they did replacing Overwatch 2, or Overwatch 1 with 2, was night maps. AAA is infected with stupidity. Incorrect, you're not incorrect. Yeah, I think that being an indie is better than ever. I think more money is being pumped into indie. And I will say this, I think that there are indie studios or new studios with AAA budgets, but that have better values than this. But they're started by people who used to work at these big AAA companies and have left because these are soulless, you know, Blizzard, Ubisoft, EA, these are soulless companies that don't have any real values. They might say they do, but they don't follow them, which makes them essentially defunct as values go. That's exactly why I started my company, is because I am a gamer, I am a game dev. We will never have shareholders in our company because I will not make our company a corporation. So guess who gets the final say? We do. Guess when we release our game, when we say we want to release it. No one else. What am I doing? You. when you're ready to complete a commission and give any additional potions you want, be sure to select all of the potions you give and select one as your main potion to satisfy the commission requirements. Any number of other potions as secondary potion to attempt to satisfy those additional desires. Or really hope I don't have typos in here, but I probably do. Something I find very relaxing myself about independent game development timeline, unless you're doing a jam, it's when it's done generally. Yeah, I mean, I will say, at least for us, you know, and I don't know if there are too many on Twitch that are in the same situation as us. There could be, you know. We are going for more like double A type of development budget, team of about 10 to 15 full-time maximum. So we are probably going to have a publisher, but we are going to be utilizing indie publishers as opposed to the big names. Unfortunately, a lot of the ones that we'll be talking to, you might not know the names of, but they are ones that have the same values. They are founded by people who love games and sometimes were previously game devs. So they're people that actually understand the process. They know what issues we might face, and they know how to speak and be ethical with gamers. I mean, the dream is like, you know, Devolver Digital, right? But I don't know if Devolver would be interested in our game. Maybe they would. I'm gonna pitch it to them. We'll see what happens. Best of luck, thank you. Thank you so much. Expert, I've only made 6 little tiny games, but it's what's keeping me around. There's no rush, yeah. You know, what we're aiming for this year is a local conference called Digital Dragons here in Poland in May. We have these 3 days, and I will be pitching it to some publishers there that I hope will be there because they were there last year, and I'd love to show them, you know, the progress we've made. But I'll also be sending it out to a bunch of publishers that are, you know, not in Poland. And we'll be trying to get, we're going to be trying to look for funding for vertical slice. So not for the entire game, but just to get us to vertical. Getting about some of the funding from them, some of the funding probably from, I'll try Epic Mega Grants, other sources like that. And that way, once we have the vertical slice, we can start to properly budget out the rest of development and what team members we might need to get us to that stage. So, a lot of big milestones, but we want to do it properly. Getting post. Mission scoring. Hell yeah. I mean, and you know, this is one of the reasons why I'm a little hesitant to showcase what we have right now to the general public because this is a prototype, right? And we're prototyping in the way that this will be deleted, or we're gonna make a new project and build from scratch based on what we've learned from this prototype, what we put in our GDD, and if we're working with a publisher, you know, what they see the final product as being as well. So that none of this dirty, messy code gets thrown in with the ideal clean code, proper architecture, pipelines of the vertical slice, and eventually what will become the final product. and then mixing that with what we call a zero bug policy. That's nothing that I've coined, that's just a method of developing software that fixing bugs is prioritized over creating new features. And so that way there's a number of benefits, like QA has fewer issues to retest and worry about. Bugs are fixed closer to when features are implemented, so you have a better understanding of the code you just implemented. And the releases that we give to publishers or to the public to test out are a lot more stable. And eventually when we release, the release build will also be extremely stable. I don't like the name zero bug policy, but that's just the name of it. Basically just like we don't tolerate bugs. So fix them before we implement new feature that breaks things further. Scoring potions is done in the background and is not shown to the player. The success of the player, or of the main and secondary potions that the player makes and provides to the NPC, determines the outcome of the NPC's journeys and adventures. Generally speaking, most of the score comes from how well you satisfied or mission, let's say I can say the core commission's needs with your main potion. But it is impossible to meet the highest thresholds or surpass, let's say, possible to surpass the highest reward thresholds with the main potion alone. Secondary potions will need to be given to satisfy or to obtain those rewards, assuming they satisfy the additional need. Our prototype mission has 5 possible outcomes based on the score given, ranging from total failure and an angry NPC to absolute success, where the NPC gives you exclusive items for doing such a good job. I'm gonna put like an in the future kind of thing here. In the future, mission scoring from the perspective of an NPC on a pass fail scale. So, while a mission may be a failure for an NPC, we may write this in a way that makes that failure ethically the positive outcome for players seeking to do good in the world, or vice versa. Want to ensure a scare me. We want to ensure a smattering. That's so loud. I really need to fix that. The volume of that. And you know how I'm going to do that? When I end the stream, I'm going to just be playing the fart sound over and over, trying to fix the volume of all the alerts. It scared the hell out of me too. I have to be good about not looking at chat, because sometimes it tells me that somebody's played that sound before it happens. There were only a few of them that seem to play before the sound alert notification shows up. I fixed something that's not broken. You guys really like that super loud jump scare fart, don't you? What's up, Frades? How you doing? For a smattering of morally gray option, or even options that seem, let's say, morally gray stories. Stories that seem one way, but are actually the other. You don't always know the effects, you know, if you're in this world where there isn't much law or there isn't much regulation over what you're doing, you never know if what potion you're giving is going to be used in a positive manner, right? I think that's kind of the fun. That's kind of some of the thoughtfulness that I want to put into the player when they're making their potions and talking to NPCs. Can you trust? If you're giving a potion that could be potentially dangerous, can you trust that the person using that is going to use it for the ways that you are morally correct? Obstacles. Let's... I mean, it could backfire in our face too. It could just be that players don't like when it's subtle. You actually see that a lot in games with, like, dialogue systems, specifically where oftentimes players will want to know that what they're saying has a specific effect. Depends on the game, though. Right now, the player can find one obstacle blocking a pathway in the world. They can simply... They go to an NPC to buy a healing potion and get poison instead. You could do that. So, because, you know, you're the alchemist, right? So if an NPC comes to you asking for a healing potion, you could give them poison and tell them it's a healing potion. Some NPCs may not notice this, like somebody who's a farmer, right? They don't know anything about potions. They're trusting you. But maybe there is somebody who has a lot of experience with potions, or is even maybe has done some alchemy themselves that may be able to smell this out, right? But you could just play the asshole and give people poison. To me, that having that choice as the player is really enjoyable, and not forcing like an agenda on the player in any way. So, we mentioned that previously, I think like last week, regarding like the Sweet Baby Ink stuff. I don't want to push an agenda into my game. I'd rather just provide interesting stories and let the players play it the way they want. And while I like to explore different parts of a fantasy universe, right? Like maybe there is that hot desert where you would find people of, darker skin or a different culture. I don't want to approach it in the way that we are trying to fill an agenda, or trying to, fill a quota or push an agenda in some way. I think that a world has its faults, it has its positives, and just experiencing that is very enjoyable. Snake oil salesman will like that? Yeah, they will. I know there are people that are just going to play poison only runs. And I'm curious if we can make a game that really rewards that type of assholery, if you will. Simply throw a potion at it to destroy it. In the future. Players will have a larger variety of obstacles, and they will require specific effects on the thrown potion to properly clear them. That's about all I can say regarding that. About all there is to say. They could add the combat too. I mean, what we have now, no combat. But we will have combat. Potion throwing. By the way, we can change the order of these once we put them in here just by rearranging the rows here, so some of these are kind of like out of it. After disappearing earlier, no worries. We're hanging out, we're just writing text. Kind of boring, but gotta be done. Right now, the player can hold R&B. I mean, to be honest, I keep hopping all over the place. Yeah, no worries. Just one of those days, I guess, right? We're gonna hold R&B to aim and see a representation of the arc that a thrown potion will take. I'll say this. Throwing potions is the main way the player uses their craft to interact with the world. Engaging enemies, causing chaos, hunting, or clearing obstacles. Through the Japanese market just feels like I'm stressing myself over a deadline I can't barely meet that's not even necessary. That's fair. That's understandable. Players can then press LMB to throw a ball that represents a potion. Currently, anything that requires doubt would normally require a potion thrown at it. Will accept this mystical yellow ball as payment. I'll release the game next year anyway, which means I can aim for next year too. Although at the rate I'm going, I question whether I can even finish the whole thing by next year. How far away do you think you are from vertical slice? Because you don't have your gameplay loop yet represented, so I would say that you're not yet at first playable. But you're kind of building out. You're doing like the traditional indie dev thing of building what you want into the final game. So you're kind of building your first playable and your vertical slice at the same time, which is fine. So I'm just kind of curious how far away you think you are from proper vertical slice, which would be your demo, right? I hate returned. You have returned? I don't have the full complete loop in the current iteration. I had a full loop in the previous iteration. So did you like expand the loop a bit, or did you... Is this a new project? Like, a new project of the same game? Garbage. Payment. In the future. Potion throwing in the future will require you to make potions just like you would normally and equip those potions to be thrown wherever desire. They're too easy and wherever? No, that's stupid. I rebuilt to have better code structure and improved a bunch of stuff because I only started learning with the previous iteration. Okay, so you are essentially going through your prototypes and improving your code structure and taking what you learn into the next stage. Do you think this current project that you're working on is going to be your vertical slice, or will you rebuild things again? Keyroll, thank you for the follow, man.
We're going shopping.
And welcome to the stream. That's a great emote. Man, we need a party emote. Current version is definitely going to be the public demo. Okay, so you're working towards your vertical slice, towards your demo. That's pretty exciting. Do you have any estimation of like when you'll have that, and then how many months after that you'll need to take to alpha and beta? Missing a lot of writing of models. I've got a question. I'm still new to game dev. What does a vertical slice mean? So some companies use this differently, but generally I would say that vertical slice will mean that you have think of a cake, right? Because this is, I think, the most common way to express it is think of a finished cake that you buy, and you take a small slice of that. You will have all of the flavors and everything finished in that cake the same way that it will be in the rest of the cake, but you only have a small section of that cake. So your vertical slice is generally going to be your build that has your gameplay loop fully represented with release quality assets and production ready pipelines. And then alpha and beta stage are going to be you building out the rest of that cake. Yeah, it's like just baking a small version of that. It's when you delete half the code. A good example, if you guys know Witcher 3, this is a common example I use with junior designers and developers, is White Orchard, right? If you think of this, White Orchard in Witcher 3 has every single thing that the rest of the game has, but in a much smaller area with fewer numbers. So if you gave somebody White Orchard 3 and say, play this, they would be able to get a good representation of everything the game has to offer just on that small scale. So, you know, you want to build that out to test if your gameplay loop, if everything works well, and then you can start to budget. Okay, it took us this much time and this many people to develop a point of interest, right? Or a bug nest, a boss area. And then you can scale that up. So you can say, okay, if it took us 2 days to make this bug nest and 3 people, then we need to determine how much does it cost to pay these 3 people? How many bug nests do we want in the game? How much time do they have to do that, right? So if they're going to be used for something else, then we might say, okay, we have too many bug nests planned because it's going to take them too long to do that. We know it takes 2 days and 3 people. Can we trim that up a bit, or do we need to throw another person on there, add more budget? You know, so this is a good way to determine how to scale your game further without just blindly building the map and then later realizing that in order to do it the way you wanted to, you're going to need twice as much time or twice the budget. We actually, on our YouTube, and this is a bit of an older video, but if you're curious, we have a video that goes over all of the production phases in our educational Microraptor University. We have a whole video here that goes over the different production phases and gives you some examples of what they look like and how they'll feel. And that goes all the way from pre-production, you know, from idea phase to release and post-release. So if you're new to game dev and you're curious about that, you can check out our YouTube channel. There's a link below the channel, or if you type !YouTube in chat, you'll get a link. Especially with TGS applications that I don't need a vertical slice, I just need a beautiful corner. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I would say if you have a demo of a game that you want to make, that should be your vertical slice. Because, you know, that's something that you can show to publishers, you can show to players, you can show off anywhere, and it is a accurate representation of your game, just a small section of it. And if you want players to play it and see what the game is like, you have your demo, right? And if you want to seek funding, then you will have a build that you can use to determine how much money you'll need. We want to write anything else? I don't think so. I think that's okay with potion throwing. Yeah. How long will it take 9 women to make a baby? Answer 1 month. I'm not sure the math of baby making is the same as as vertical slice in game development. Maybe it is. Maybe there's something about women I don't know. But I'm not a woman. I wouldn't know. Man, learning all this as a solo dev is a lot. I might need to start keeping better notes. So, if you're a solo dev or an indie dev, depending on the the scope of your project, you may not need to do things in this way, right? But I don't think there's ever a Captain Coder. Thank you for the raid of 50 people. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. Hey guys. Hey Captain Coder. Show us what you're working on. Okay, I will. I was explaining vertical slice. Okay, give me a second. Let me take a drink. What were you doing today, Captain Coder? I assume coding. Oliverius sent us. Well, thank you, Oliverius. You guys with your farts. So we're working on an open world alchemy game where the potions you make affects the fate of the NPCs that you give potions to. Thank you for the farts, everybody. It is, you know, fantasy stylized type of game, first person. I might have third person. We're working on our prototype that we will then build a GDD and a pitch with and take that to publishers to see if they're interested in funding the vertical slice development of our game, and so we can build up our team finally. We have our prototype world open. We have about 3 dozen ingredients that you can find and pick up in this world. We just got done the other day building a abandoned mine shaft and cave. And previously we were working on adding some cute little animals that are put in the game that will eventually be able to be harvested for their parts. Working on editor tooling for a game jam that is starting tomorrow. Okay, so I saw Dungeon Crawler 2024. I was pretty curious because I love dungeon crawlers. We're working on an editor / tooling. Cool. Yeah, I love dungeon crawlers. So this is what we were working on yesterday and the day before. We made a nice little abandoned mine shaft. I get to tease players with some spooky eyes that disappear. And then a nice little chamber that opens up here. Needs some more cluttering, I think, but overall I kind of like the structure of it. And the cute little animals you find. Implements a dynamic game loading via a web build. You can load an entirely new dungeon crawler at runtime, and then add some more scripting support to the engine.
Good morning.
Lumber Games, thank you for the follow.
So, you heard anything about any bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. Thank you so much. Yeah, feel free, if anybody's here and asks questions, feel free to ask. Still new to game jam, so I'd have more experience by then too. I would say it's great to join a game jam at any experience level. Most likely you will be able to find people of your level, and completing a game is not important to a game jam. Just learning, working with others, finding skills that you can do better than other people, or learning new skills that you didn't know before. There is nothing that you can lose by joining a game jam, and so much you can gain. There's never a bad time to join a game jam, other than if you don't have the time to do it. Maybe that's the one time you probably shouldn't join a game jam. But you know, most of them have like discords that you can team up with other people and just find others who are in the same situation as you. Like, I don't know what I'm good at, I don't know what to do, but let's just see if we can make something small. Thank you, Koshma Games, for the follow. Completing is not important, so you're saying I've been doing a game jam all along. I mean,
Talisman! Marine!
That's from Dragon's Dogma 1, by the way. That voice line. That exceptional piece of beautifully delivered content. Thank you for the fart. I'm joining as many games as I have time for at the moment. This month is just killer at work. And I understand, especially as like if you're a hobbyist or you have other work. It's also from Dragon. It's not from Dragon's Dogma. That is not true. If I'm not mistaken, Twine has a Unity implementation. Really, I didn't know that. Prefer the dialogue to be scriptable within the context of the project editor. That's a good point. I was working on, I had worked on like a choose your own adventure prototype in Unreal, and I had an editor that you could use within the game itself. Just noticing the season system, this looks like, yeah, I mean, I've tried to make sure that everything can, you know, be covered in snow and water where possible, and we correctly occlude and hide the weather effects like inside or in a cave system. Nice. Oh my god, chat's moving so fast no one will notice my game is a prototype. I'm lost. Where's my cave? It's over here. Everything's white. When I played the okay, so if you play the demo, you can press numpad 1, 2, and 3 to switch between clear skies, snow, and thunderstorm. I currently have those bound to. I don't mention it, so I'm putting this in the game guide, that there are some debug shortcuts to change it, but any version of the game that you download up until release should have some debug stuff like that. You can just make it a perpetual thunderstorm, yeah. Like, we properly occlude the effects down in our first cave here. Grab a purple crystal. Set it to nighttime as well. Like the lighting system update. Very moody. Run away, boar. Or just switch it. So yeah, you will have those controls, and I'm putting that in the helper text today. I might make a build of this over the weekend or something and upload it. Especially because we've added the... I think we added the tree since last time. We added the cave system down here, the little, you know, mine shaft. It would be nice to make a new build for you guys. And we're near experienced enough to make this a primary career, but learning while I have a lot of free time and consistent free income is something I'm abusing as much as I can. You don't need to make it into a career if you want. I will say that right now it's pretty hard as a junior to make it into game dev. I really hate to see it, but for most studios, it is inefficient to, with their timelines or budgets, to hire a junior. And this is a problem with the industry, not with the juniors themselves. You know, I don't want to make it seem like people who don't know much are a hindrance to development. You know, junior employees are exceptional investments into your company itself, and often become the most loyal. Maybe I shouldn't use the term loyal, because loyalty can be blind sometimes, right? You can be blind with loyalty, but they will become the greatest assets to a team. There is a ton of highly experienced devs looking for work too right now, but there are more highly experienced, in my opinion. I see more jobs for regular and senior individuals than juniors. If we get the chance in some point, I would love to hire juniors and train them. But it's mainly, it's gonna be down to budget and whether or not our individuals, you know, the senior members of the company can help train individuals. But at the very least, we can do these kinds of streams, right? And to the best of our ability, teach people who are new to it. I don't really want to do that right now anyway, that's fair. I like what I do and get a lot of time to do whatever. Yeah, and there will be absolute unfortunate sacrifices that you have to make if you work in like a bigger team. And that isn't for everybody, and it doesn't need to be for everybody. It's like any other job, you won't get hired if you have no experience, and you can't get experience because you won't be hired, yes. I hate to say it, but yes. The situation of juniors in game dev right now is It's terrible. It's terrible. But, you know, if you really want to become a junior, if you want to get into the game industry, just make games. Make anything. Have a journey, right? It doesn't mean that every game that you put on your resume needs to be perfect or good, but you need to show a journey of growth and of progress. So, you know, that's why I say just do game jams. Make anything, even if it's a game where you tried to make a game where you run into things and earn score and it didn't work. Then your next time you'll be able to make something better and more complete, and keep doing that. Have that journey, because at least for me as a future employer, I'm going to be looking for somebody who shows growth, who isn't afraid to admit mistake or show the ugly sides of their development career. You know, just show me where you started and where you are now, because where you started is where I started too. Make the juniors pay you to that is boot camp, and there are some cases like that. Okay, you can get experience in games by creating them yourself. Yeah, 100%. You can get a game. I will say this: what you do, where you like work. Captain Coder, thank you for the follow as well, and again, thank you for the raid. Absolutely, thank you. Just learn, thank you for the follow as well. What I was saying is,
Hello.
your education, like formal education, doesn't matter necessarily as much as what you make and the journey you show. So, for instance, I dropped out of high school. I don't have a high school degree, diploma. I don't have any college experience. I just had that dream to make games, to be a designer, and you know, I started by modding, by making I made a small text-based RPG in batch files, right? I wrote a couple of C++ classes. I worked in Game Maker. Just have that journey, show that journey, and be proud of it, because that is how you move forward. Dropped out of high school and now he's down here listening to fart reverb sounds. That's right. You're gonna do it again, aren't you? I recently discovered my first game I made in DOS. I still have mine too, and it's way too difficult. It's way too difficult. But it was really fun to make a text adventure in, you know, text-based RPG in batch. It was a huge challenge, creating rooms and like, you know, structures of rooms, and considering all of the data that you have to store of where the player has been before and what they've done in that room already. It was cool, and I'm happy I made it. I think it took me like it was either 3 weeks or 3 months. I don't know. It was 3 something. It wasn't 3 years and it wasn't 3 days. That's all I know. Okay, what are we doing?
It's just a prototype.
True. That's true. Thank you for reminding me. Process. I teach a 10-week class called Bash Quest, in which students create a very small text adventure using Bash scripts. That's really cool. That is really cool. And if anybody's interested, that sounds like a really great idea. I don't even know how you store data in batch files. So you declare, I mean, it's just like a kind of any other type of programming. You just declare a variable and it gets stored in memory. But it is everything in a batch file, as far as I know, or at least the way that I did it, which probably wasn't correct, is they're global variables. So they all have to be named something different. So I would name things like room 1 explored as a Boolean, right? That the player could only explore once and couldn't return to that room and explore again. In fact, if anyone is curious, I can get you that batch file and you just open it up in any text editor and you can see how it was made. So I don't know if that's of interest to anybody, but I still have it somewhere. would I have put it? See that you're smaller than me? What do you mean by that? I'll have you know that I am a succulent 3 inches. I shouldn't have said that. Nice to release my old DOS game on itch a little while ago. That'd be fun to kind of put up. I'm little, your micro. Okay, okay, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. Hello, Little Robot Games. How you doing? Processing ingredients changes their state, meaning that you normally pick an ingredient and then process it into other states, actions like cooking, fermenting, frying, etc. Your names are so similar. They are Little Robot Games and Microraptor names. We need to have some crossover at some point. I'll put a little robot in my game and you can put a Microraptor in your game. All Fortune is better than a big pile of shit. I called a bunch for nothing, sorry, but I was gonna say my first game was a silly little 2D basketball free throw game where you launch the ball. Are there any experienced developers in chat right now? Can you share with chat, with all the new people, how many games you failed to make before you even worked on your first game? On like your first major game, or before you built something that could be qualified as any sort of success? I'm still, I mean, that it happens a ton. I mean, just to help the new developers in chat not feel like they are, like they should be afraid of their failure, right? Or that they can't succeed, or that if they try their first 2 times and they don't make their game, that's the end, right? 20 to 30 abandoned projects, if not more. Real. I tried, okay, I remember one was a PvP pinball game called Twin Ball. So you shot balls into your table and then they could fall into the other player's table. And could trigger bad things to happen on their side of the make it more difficult for them. Which I still think is a good idea. But I failed to make it. Ingredients can only be processed once, after which they cannot be processed again. Additionally, not all ingredients can be processed in the same. Pay attention when dragging an ingredient in the processing to which color lights are above each processing section. Being afraid of failure is normal, and seeing others do that is only marginally helpful. I think being afraid of failure is normal, and also being afraid to share failure is also scary. But I think that's also why it's really important to share that failure with others, just so that they know that, hey, you can be working in the industry for 30, 40 years, and there will still be things you don't understand. There will still be people that are more specialized in something that you are, and that's okay. Because the world doesn't just need one specialist, the world needs a bunch. You know, the game industry needs hundreds of specialists, sometimes in the same company. So, just keep going. Been using my first game to make a contrast with what I will make in the future, which should look like a good progression. I like that. Been programming for over 20 years and I still have not published any games. That's how it be sometimes. I've never published my own game. I've been in for only 10 years, but maybe this is the one. Maybe this is the one. Maybe it isn't. But I want it to be the one. skill you have, you could probably make a monster of a game. I'd love to tune in and see what you're making. But I like that you do that workshop, help new coders. I'd love to do some design workshops, but I'm still trying to find the schedule that works for me, right? Learn something new with every fail, yep. Has anyone tried the Unity version of RPG Maker? Unity version of RPG Maker? What is that? Want to see the most Coomer FPS that's actually safe for work. Oh boy. Lazy Fangs, what are you into, man? Wait, this is safe for work, right? Innuendos. You can kick, and any game where you can kick is great. I want to talk to a human, please. Command human agent. I'm gonna try that next time I talk to a bot. Made a Unity asset of their engine. I didn't know that. Combat. I'm going to wait on adding the combat. I will wait on that. We have 1, 2, we have 11 things. Okay, so we need to add 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alchemy, flavor, effects, emissions. Let me spell that right. Yeah, I did spell that right. Obstacles. Oh, I already... Wait. Did I already make obstacles? Dragons and Rockets Week in one heck of a ride. I'm excited for it. I'm so excited for Dragon's Dogma. Oh, I did make a section for obstacles already. Well, oops. Okay, problem solved. Haven't ever worked in Unity, I've only been working in Godot. Is Godot getting really good updates? When are you gonna do the green screen pants streaming? I'd have to buy some green screen pants. Okay, let's not pretend like I'm going to do this. Let us just pretend that I might do it. Potion throwing. Coward. Is that how you see me? I just had to spend like $800 on taxes. It was like $900 on taxes. And you want me to buy some green screen pants so that I can develop in Unreal while you guys look at the outline of my butt. This is where you think that the stream is going to go, exactly. I have no frame of reference for what a good update is to an ID. Honestly, Pel, me neither. I have no idea. Okay, for reference, if people aren't aware, there's a certain subsection of the Twitch community is doing something new where they will wear green screen spandex and then stream something. And well, I guess you can kind of see where it leads from there. that doesn't add a lot of crashes.
Ah,
Good morning.
Little Robot Games,
so,
thank you for the
heard
follow.
anything about any
It's great to have you here.
bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. So we were thinking of doing... We were joking about doing a Unreal dev stream where I... that. Which is certainly an interesting bit of ecosystem here. Error, no strings. Well, that would be because I didn't import my strings. That would make sense. We were also thinking of doing a blindfolded Unreal stream in memory of, in honor of Queen Pwns a lot. Queen cheats a lot. But it's lost its relevancy at this point, I think. Okay, I need to make sure that when the player clicks on a new one that we scroll the box back up. Otherwise it's annoying. All right, purchases. Look, I needed to get the new streaming computer built, and now that it's built, we're good. A physician in chat when you do that. You guys can be my physician. You can give me the. You can just put medical advice into chat. And you're physician, so you're not lying, of course, right? Where am I looking at? Helper. List item. It's set selected. What is the list called? It's list item box. Oh, it's helper body box. That's the helper body box. Scroll to top. Where is it? Scroll to start. When I apply to be a game dev, should my portfolio be titled with my real name, or should I have a studio name? Like for you, it would be Minecraft Games. If you apply to a studio, if you apply to be a game dev, you should use your real name, 100%. Usually they want to see an image of you as well. Kind of weird, but it helps. Especially if you're smiling, it just has a more positive impression on the person looking at it. If you are working as a company and doing B2B, like, you know, if Microraptor Games officially wanted to like co-develop or help somebody with their design, we would probably remain as the studio. Does looks show how good your code is? No, but how good you look can give a better impression to the person looking at you. Good hygiene, you know, shit like that. You apply for a game, just get Raptor's face and name yourself Microraptor Games. Point to this Twitch and you'll be hired. Yeah, exactly. Just work remotely. Yeah, just do terrible things in my name. Okay, we should be able to click new thing and it scrolls to top. Yes. I mean, I think that's pretty decent for a start. It's at least somewhere in-game that you can receive more information about something. And we can just continue to add to it pretty easily by adding that in. I want to overhaul this because this just looks ugly. It's so ugly. It doesn't seem. Are you sure you want to quit to desktop? And now it's not even that. Refactor time. The refactor wrap. That's what we need. That menu looks like Windows 95. All my menus look like Windows 95. Because they're all just placeholder. Until a UI designer can come in here and properly work on the game and whatnot. All we need to do is be able to see things, see information in the most basic way possible, unless you stick with the Windows 95 theme. I don't know if that fits with the vibe very well, but I would certainly prefer it for my artistic skills. What am I clicking on? Gate menu. Let's see. Game pause. Add a debug options. Just to make your placeholder at least look like placeholder and not Windows 95. If it's quick and easy. Otherwise it might take too long, I don't know. It is okay. Get a button asset pack. I mean, you can do that, but then you have weird differences. Use the gray to black. What, like the border or the... I could do, I mean, I do, I usually use 2 different types of gray. I do, for hex colors, I do all 3s and then all 6s. So this is all 3s. And like this is all 6 for backgrounds. I don't know if I want to bring opacity down. I don't necessarily like making things opaque or making things transparent unless I need to. Oh, the pause? I mean, I could bring the pause down. So, you know, the reason why I'm not going to get like art assets for the buttons is because things change too quickly in prototype, and this is not the final version of the game. Like when we make the final version, I will be going to here, going to library and making a completely new project. And we will never touch this one again. And we will not copy code over from this or anything. We will be making it fresh. So to some extent, I need it to be functional over pretty, especially for UI that constantly change. Anything but gray. I mean, maybe anything but gray would be better. I think gray looks fine. I mean, if you have black text, I prefer black text over white text to some extent, because this just kind of looks, you know, it is what it is. But if I have this color, I need to do white text. If I have this color, I need to do black text. And we, you know, I try to keep that relatively consistent. Like we have here. It's just like these two gray colors are really good for contrast. Make it green. I think that in some cases, you know, like for here, the white text looks better because it clashes with fewer things. That's why we want to stay away from colors. So really, it's all about speed of implementation and clarity of the text as opposed to it looking good. And you'll see this even with most MMOs, most big games in this state. They will not have... UI is one of the final things that you finalize or that you work on. And even most vertical slices, you'll have a completely different UI in your vertical slice than you will in your final game. You get even more speed with no background at all. What do you mean? Game paused. I mean, I kind of like that, but... At least just put more space between. I don't know. Then again, I don't like the alignment. I might just change this to a... Let's see. I kind of want this to be in the bottom. It wasn't meant to spawn a follow question, but taken as a stupid joke. Oh, okay. I have like 3 different things that are being talked about. Remove backgrounds, make buttons smaller, only use a single letter. Okay. That'll work well. Yeah, I didn't understand it. Look. The more of things like this that get consumed, the worse it's gonna get. Like adult juice. Also, chat keeps farting up the room. Gas chamber me. I mean, I like the debug options being there. You know what I could do? I can do this. Order. No menus of any kind. We were thinking of doing the... You should have gas overlay that gets darker as chat farts. Voice commands are a pain. Voice commands are very difficult. There's a reason why, like, there hasn't been any game that does voice detection and voice commands, because you would have to do it on different dialects, on different languages. Then it has to be accurate. It's like, there is a game like that. I bet it doesn't run very well. Uncultured designer. You operate in a culture of furries and weirdness. I mean, I think even like Amazon Alexa doesn't only works with certain languages, doesn't it? I don't know about that. Lifeline? I don't remember this game. I bet that doesn't work well, I'll tell you that. Those are things in the asset store that detects people's speech and turns it into text. To some extent, but you would also have the issue where you would have to either train it so that it remembers the way you speak, but then you would also have problems with people with different dialects or who, you know, speak in slang, different languages. You could do basic, but you wouldn't have... It would be difficult to go deeper than that. Because those are usually like... those have very distinct tonal differences between those commands. Very distinct. And you can approximate, even if they aren't exact, to which one is most likely like that. Different microphone quality too, background noise. Like there's so many variables that go into proper voice detection that it's very difficult to handle. It would be a very niche game, I would think. Have Uncle Elon put a chip in your brain and the game reads your mind. I mean, that could be possible. I think we'll just turn this into a... We'll just keep this in the vertical box, right? B... Exit... Settings... Helper... I know it looks weird now, but... This gets them all into that base vertical box. Just Uncle Elon put a chip in salsa. We'll have to see how it works. We'll have to see how that brain chip functions. Thought about trying it for some jump scare gimmicks. I like the idea of games utilizing voice control, but I'm not sure we're at a point yet. At least without AI help. To make it a globally playable game. Brain medium rare, well done, personally. Blue. Blue waffles, now that is a reference. Nobody Google that. Don't do it. Blue Man. Wait, okay, so the Blue Man group. You guys remember that? Are they still around? Made some weird stuff. Still around? Are they like old grandpas now? I should put more space in between that. Yeah, that's not enough. Hi, Lieutenant Conqueror, you have a question about game dev? I hopefully have an answer about game dev. And if I don't, somebody else in chat might. How can I make a game in Java? That is a pretty vague question. What kind of game do you want to make? Every language is going to have its limitations, and you know, you'll still need to find at least probably maybe some engine that supports that. Open Minecraft and coding. That's in game dev, and I want to make a cool 3D game in 3D world. Do you want to work in, do you know any Java? Do you need to work in Java? Because I would say that, and are you a programmer? Do you have programming experience? Dude, I love the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys are still great. I mean, but if you only know Java, have you ever made any mods? Because maybe you can, you know, learn a bit more about like exactly modding Minecraft. You could also learn other languages and push into other engines like Godot, Game Maker, RPG Maker. I mean, if you wanted to do 3D, you probably wouldn't stay away from RPG Maker. You know, try Unreal. Unreal is pretty easy to learn if you only have a little bit of programming knowledge. Or Cobol. You teach me in Java. I don't know Java very well. I only know a little bit. But I mean, Unreal is pretty easy to learn how to program things. Its rates are 1,000. Rates are definitely not that high. RPG Maker MZ has 3D. Okay, I guess I was wrong. I would say, you know, if you're new to like making games, there are some really good engines like Game Maker is very easy to make modular type things. You could also just try working in level editors with logic, so even older games like Little Big Planet. Unity version of okay, I guess I'm wrong about RPG Maker. Okay, I like this. This is a bit cleaner. I actually don't know how RPG Maker MZ's 3D works, or how easy it is to work in. It's just what I've heard from 3D. Okay. Team Fusion. I haven't heard of that one. Is that? Can you find it on Steam? Yes, you can. Wait, I think I have heard of this. I don't know. Maybe it's pretty easy to work with. It's pretty fair price. So gets updates? That's nice. I think, isn't Game Maker also on here? Yeah, Game Maker is on here too. God, this has changed so much since I last used it. It almost... Is it weird? Is it just me, or does this actually look even more difficult than it used to be? I don't know. Why does it have TLC? Imagine paying for your engine. The nice thing about Unreal, if you're an indie dev, is you don't owe Epic anything until you make $1 million. Why don't you have your Steam page linked? We do not have a Steam page yet. I'm not really aiming for wishlist and sales yet. And the reason is because everything you see is placeholder. I'd preferably like to get towards working on our vertical slice before we start to promote it with images, because I feel like this doesn't... I feel like this might mislead customers into thinking that this is exactly how it's going to look and play, when this is not how it's going to be, and I don't want to mislead players at all. But that is a good question, and I haven't explained that often. I think it's more difficult over time because people keep requesting more and more features, yeah. I mean, the last time I used Game Maker was an absurd amount of time ago. Like if you made $1 million in your indie game, you've got more to worry about than paying for Unreal. You're going to be paying more to taxes than you will to Unreal, because it's only 5% after the first million. And that's per game. That's per game. So if you make a second game that doesn't earn $1 million, you don't owe Unreal anything for that. Which is pretty nice. I think if you're learning Unity, Game Maker may not be worth going into, but it's always good to know different engines at least. Because it may be that Unity doesn't fit your needs exactly. Anyone here use Construct? I know somebody who has, but I have not personally. Only if you exceed 10K in that month, really. Unreal's pricing is really fair. If I had a game go viral, I'd be in such a state of panic, would probably go straight to Citizens. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do if I woke up and my game just sold like 1 million copies. I'd probably make a SoundCloud and add, I don't know, art reverb to it and just link that. Like, didn't expect this to blow up. Here's my SoundCloud. And then people just get farts. Make a SoundCloud and fart. Another lie. Look, if Microraptor ever blows up, I'd probably do one of two things with all the money. If I was sure that we could just sustain ourselves and keep building great games, I'd probably either try to launch a publishing part of Microraptor games, or I would start some funds to help other indie devs. Why are my morning glories on the ground? What the hell happened here? Why did my flowers fall off? They just fell. Wait, they don't have... Wait, hold on a sec. Okay, I'll fix those. Are they bugged over here too? Do they fall to the ground? No, they're still up here. That's weird. Buy a yacht? What would I do on a yacht? Why not make a subscription service game with microtransactions instead of making it? We will not ever have a... I don't think Microraptor Games will ever have a game like that. It's not within our ethics of monetization. We prefer to focus on premium games. They're so hard to get lined up to. Even if a lot of customers seem to like it and most of the game dev money can be found there, it's just not within our values. We have no loot boxes, no microtransactions, no NFTs, no blockchain, nothing that will dupe or con players. I don't mind DLCs necessarily if they are of appropriate size and cheap price. No 800% value, unfortunately. They're so hard to set up before. Whatever. No tax returns either. No, we're not gonna scam. I want players to know that when they pay for the game, they get the game, right? Meow! Oh, thank you for the follow. You pay, you get no crypto. Never, ever, ever crypto. God forbid. Never crypto. I will also make sure regional pricing is fair too. That's something that I've learned the importance of since living here in Poland. Where you have games priced at Western prices, but then people are making a fraction of what. Is that too high? I still don't know why they fell to the ground. One of them is too high. This one. I'll move this one like over here somewhere. I think he puts VODs on YouTube when he releases an FT game. We'll just quote this. I never will. I promise I won't. Okay, I will say this. I'm not going to name names. But I've worked with people before that when NFTs were just coming out, the guy almost immediately said, hey, how can we implement this into our games? It's making a shit ton of money. And it was only me and a couple other people were like, no, hold on. This is not happening. What are your thoughts on pricing? In what way? 8 flying bugs in the other side. I mean, I think this was just when people were starting to realize that, hold on, this is a scam. You were like, no, this is the quickest way to commit business suicide. I mean, but this is also the guy. This is a guy who didn't play games. He didn't understand. He wasn't a gamer. He wasn't a game dev. He was literally just in this to make shit tons of money, keep growing his company so that his stock price went up, and he could grow the company further. And it's not like he didn't care entirely, but this was his motivations. This were his motivations. I press my games, it's totally vibes based. Yeah, I think, you know, I really just think a game should be fair for its price. Obviously, it's a business, you need to recuperate your investment, but that doesn't mean that you need to be unethical with pricing, especially with regional pricing. How much did you price your game based on what you're showing and what you have for scope, for example? You price my game based on what you know and what I've seen. For my game's scope, if we assume that everything that I want in this game will be in there with the quality that I want it to be, it's gonna be around $30 plus minus 5. And if we go into early access, I'll do it cheaper. And then, you know, build up towards full release. If we have to scale down, I would like to aim for the 15 to 20 region. I just think that's fair. And from your game and what you've shown me, August, and I admit I have not seen enough of it yet, I would say 10 to 15. But I don't know your full scope, and I don't know what you're looking for with like the game length or whatever. But our PPU for Cauldron Chronicles is probably around $30. Future for Basics Godot said he didn't play games once, and I was like, why would you share this information? I have a good story that's similar to that. I was teaming a thing like itch, pay what you want. I will say this, and this is very controversial, and I know this is gonna cause some ripples in chat, but if the publisher is okay with it, I want to make sure that if people decide to torrent our game, that they're torrenting it from a safe source, which means us. That's all I'll say. You can't combat piracy. I don't care if you pirate our game, but if you do, I want to make sure that you get it from someplace safe. And hopefully you enjoy the game. There's not going to be any anti-DRM or DRM. There's not going to be any anti-piracy measures in game. Play it, enjoy it. If you like it, hopefully in the future, if it's on sale, you buy it. If it's not your thing, don't worry. If you need to test more than what our demo will have, and we will have a demo, go for it. Go for it. If you can't afford it, who cares? Just enjoy the game, enjoy life, stay safe, and make sure you have food on the table. Five levels of open world exploration. I'd have to know more about what that looks like. Currently aiming for 10 to 15, but it's going to be a fairly short game. It's pretty fair. Cannot torture that info out of me if I was teaching a game engine. Okay, so The story I can tell that's related to that is I had a boss, or he was, let's just say he was my superior, and he once openly bragged that he didn't play games because he made too much money to play games anymore. Your game looks nice. It's beautiful. Well, thank you for that. I think we've chosen a pretty good set of assets that I think work well together from a stylization standpoint. In pricing, do game devs think of discounted price as the real price and not discounted as just a bonus they get from people who are impatient? Explain what you mean more, Braids. It's actually so good, I love it. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for the follow.
Get in, loser, we're going shopping.
Oh yeah, we're going shopping. Obviously I have some ugly things like, you know, some tutorial arrows, right? But we've tried to keep it that way, and same with the weather. I think the weather looks pretty good with the stylization too. Actually a self-owned, yeah, it is. Speaking of seeing more, when are we jumping into call so I can show you more weekends? I have to see. My weekends are really busy, and I have a part-time job that I do on weekends. So I get really busy. But it would be nice to schedule something. Some research on an idea of having a Steam achievement you can only get if you have the pirated version. As far as I can tell, that's not possible. Didn't Pirate Software mention that something about like anti-piracy with achievements? Honestly, it's kind of funny, but I would never do that. I don't care if people pirate my game. I only care, you know, I think that to me, a pirated copy is not a lost sale in almost every case. A pirated copy is a potential fan and a potential sale at some point in the future. So the best thing you can do is just make a good game, and I think people will buy it. Yeah, I pirate games, and the reason I do it is because those games often don't have a demo, so I don't know if I will like it. So I pirate it and I try it, and sometimes it's nice and I buy it. Sometimes it's nice and I don't think it's worth the price, so I get it on sale. And sometimes I don't think it's worth the price. Just how it be. I mean, would you get all the expensive covered and some profit too if you'd only sell at the discounted prices that Steam sometimes have? So, well, with Steam's, so the way that discounts are, is that the developers are set up the discounts. Most game sales look something like, if we assume that the game is just released and has no major updates, a game's sales are going to look like this, right? Or, you know, first weekend and then a big dip. And over time, you know, the lifetime of a game when publishers or developers refer to it is how long before the game just essentially drops off and isn't making money anymore. So most developers will take advantage of Steam algorithms by putting a launch discount, because then it shows up in two parts of most players' feeds as being a discounted game and a new game. So they'll do like a 10% launch discount, because most of the sales are going to be happening here within the first roughly 2 weeks of a game's release. You can then reignite this by having additional sales or taking part in Steam events. So like, let's say you make a robot game and Steam has a robot sale. You know, you're going to be seeing, you know, a dip or a boost with that too, right? And you can then take advantage again of obviously putting your game at a good price. So mostly you want to make your money back pretty soon or pretty quickly within like the first month or two of the game being on sale, or at least have enough of an idea of whether or not the amount of sales that you're getting will allow you to continue developing and, I don't want to say milking, but just continuing to be profitable from it. Other Stills, by the way, will send an email to all wish. That's true. Anybody who wish lists or I believe follows the game too, will get an email mentioning that. So I'm asking, when you price your game, do you price it above what you think it might be worth and then have the actual price when on discount? Maybe some places do that. Personally, I wouldn't do that. But maybe some places do that. Milking is a good word. I mean, maybe it is. I guess it depends on what it's priced, right, and whether it's worth it. Yeah, I usually only power games with no demo that I'm unsure my PC laptop can run. Yeah, it's like, and that's exactly why I want to have a demo. I believe that we can prevent a lot of pirated copies just by having a demo, and we can prevent a lot of pirated copies by making a good game and pricing it fairly. That's it. That's it. And anybody who wants to steal the game because they don't believe in paying for it will. And I'd rather them turn out to be potential fans and buy my games in the future than shit on them for pirating. Like, I don't know why people pirate. Maybe they don't have money. Maybe they don't have money and they just want to escape into a world, into a game. How is that a bad thing? And why should I make them out to be the enemy? Or games that aren't in your language, that's a fair one too. I don't know, it's not, I was told, you know, like, people asked me in the past, like, oh, you're really good with the community. What's the secret? Can you write up like a guide of how to interact with the community? It's like, they're people, they want good games, so just talk to them and, I don't know, enjoy games. What do you need a guide for? If the player says this, you should say this in response. If the player doesn't like your game, just listen and see if the feedback is, you know, you can do something with it, or I don't know. Other video games are not economically viable in Brazil, so they all pirate it. Oh, really? Yeah, work against the capitalist hellscape, don't further. I mean, I'm very capitalistic as a person. I just don't think that capitalism implies exploitation. I think every economic system has exploitation in some realm. We're all being exploited. But I don't think that you need to exploit. That is a personal choice. That is a personal choice by the people with the control. Hey Skydriver, new to the world of development, how are you? I'm good. I might have to go to the bathroom, but then I can come back and keep talking. If you guys can wait like 2 seconds, if you guys can wait 2 seconds, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Give me 1 second, you guys can continue chatting. I'm back. What did I miss? Unfortunately, I'm in an office, so I have to walk quite a bit of ways to the. Or, do. Okay, Skydriver. Welcome. I'm back now. Sorry I had to leave when you just came in. I will say for me, I am capitalistic. I have a business. Business has to make money. I just think that there is a choice of how you make money. I think that you can be fair to people. You can be good. I don't think there's any economic system that seems to look out for people in any perfect way. And so, I'm just gonna stick to my guts, stick to my values. My values are, I want to treat my customers, the players, the same way that I would want to be treated as a customer and as a player. I don't want to be lied to. I don't want to be taken advantage of. I don't want to be sold shit that I'm gaslit into thinking is gold. I don't want to have unfair practices shoved down my throat. I don't want to have people shove their ideologies down my throat when I'm just trying to enjoy something. I will say, we are making this game. This is the price. If you want to buy it, if you want to support us, you can do so. And if not, hopefully something we do in the future will catch your eye, and we're going to keep chugging forward. And with the money we make, we will help to support families and individuals. And with any extra that we make, I'd rather spend it on giving back to the community that has given me so much, rather than purchasing some yacht or mansion that I don't need and don't want. Give me a nice little cabin, some fishing equipment, and I'm gonna go on. Any thoughts on Steam's monopoly? Steam provides a very good service. Will this game be first person view or third person? I'm thinking of we can offer either, but certain actions like the alchemy system, if it remains in this way that it is now, would remain in like this first person kind of view. The part achievements was more mess with 100% achievement hunters. Yeah, I think that at least with the exploration or other aspects like that, having that, like you said, that choice. Skydriver, thank you for the follow. Meow. But I think especially with like the potion throwing, and keep in mind this is our prototype, right? Just to show the arc that your potion will be thrown in. I think that would look really nice in third person. But we're not gonna have any animations yet for the prototype. At least not yet. We need to develop this further. Let me see some more about Steam. So Steam takes 30%, and then until I think you make a certain amount, then they'll take 20%. But you have to consider that Steam provides probably one of the best front ends and best back ends that gaming will and has ever seen. They provide an exceptional service that has ridiculous amounts of uptime compared to some other services. They have chat system, they have achievements, they have friends, they have profiles, they have download servers that are packet based. So, even if your download stops halfway through, you can continue it going forward, which most even websites don't have. They have incredibly fast download servers all across the world. They have integrated Steamworks so that people making multiplayer games, even like Helldivers, is a popular new one, you have your friends list and you have matchmaking directly through that with their API. They provide a ton of assistance and help to developers to cater to their storefronts. They have a forums. I mean, of course the customers are going to choose that, and the developers choose it too. It's expensive, yes. You pay 30% of what you know, all your profit, but I wouldn't say that Valve currently. No, I don't think anybody. I'm not saying anybody here is against it, but they provide a service, and it's a very good one. Yep, that's correct. Valve is a private company. They can do what they want. And I think that that's exactly the same reason that Microraptor Games will remain a private company as well. We currently are. We are right now a sole member LLC. We might remain that, or we might go to a oh god, what's it called? It's not membership. Well, it's one where multiple individuals can own the LLC, but they have to be individuals, not companies. So that's a partnership LLC. So like, you and your friend want to form a company, you would become equal partners. But we will never become a corporation with shares, so we can never be publicly traded. We can't be bought out in the sense of shares. We don't have shareholders and their expectations of money being delivered by a certain quarter. We will remain privately funded or privately owned. I do, yeah, what I would say with you is I agree to some extent that it's hard to compete when one company owns that. Well, that's what I'm saying is we are an LLC, that private LLC. You can take an LLC public, but usually it's going to be ranked into a corporation. So private companies shares, yes, you can. Then decide that not that it matters that way. We don't have shares. We are a sole member LLC right now. I mean, the thing with having anything with shares, it just muddies the water. I think, you know, if we want to have like individuals in the company helping to own part of the company, or to, I'd rather just have rev share with the team. I think to some extent, I would like to see Steam be a little bit nicer to indie devs, whereas right now they have more leniency for when you make more money. I'd rather see something more akin to what Epic uses. Because, you know, Valve does make games as well, and they make money off of selling their games and having their games, like CSGO, right? So I would like to see potentially something where just, if you earn under 10,000 or something like 50,000, you don't own any of that fee. I don't know if this would have a good or negative effect, but that's just off the top of my head, something that it would be potentially good to see. Yeah, Epic does have, yeah, they do. You're right. But I think Tim Sweeney still owns majority share in Epic, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Casper. I would think that it could add more asset flips to the market, but I'll also have some problems with Steam's curation of content and the games that they allow on the platform. I think it's going to eventually turn into, I mean, they do a good job of putting the right games on the front page, but you also have an issue then with so many games being flooding the market that, I mean, and nobody really sees it all. I mean, the only way you can see it all is if you go to, well, it's usually down here. I have to go to the top. Where can I view just new releases? Upcoming releases. All upcoming releases. You will only ever see a small portion of the ever, because most of them are as interesting or as good as they might be, they aren't going to hit that algorithm right. And so, but you still end up with that flooding. And it removes Flying Chicken Fest. Used to be a big deal for an indie game to get on Steam. Now even I can do it. Yeah, it's just $100. $100 you can make a page. And you know, there's a very specific. You either need to hit the luck combined with how good your game is, jackpot, and get enough interest in wishlists for Steam to put your game into a more frontline position, or you need to go with a publisher. And a lot of indie devs that have really good games, for some reason they don't go with the publisher, and then they, you know, are upset that they don't get many sales. Well, I can understand why you would want to be independent in that way, but at the same time, if you're looking to monetize a product, you need to treat your game as a product. As much as I hate to say that as somebody who, you know, it is an extra hand, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be treated poorly. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily just a safety net. Wish lists are an indicator of conversion. So at all points of development, a business leader is going to think of conversion. And this has the same thing with like Kickstarter. How many people that follow your Kickstarter convert to backers? How many backers convert to wish lists? How many wish lists convert to sales, right? And these are generally metrics that publishers use to determine how much to price your game, how much to push marketing, where to focus on marketing, and whether or not they think that the game is going to be a financial success. It's an indicator, right? But, you know, publishers will often help with that. Which the service can pay for out of your sales, yes. And they are a service that if you don't think you can handle things like the marketing or localization or the porting yourself, I mean, publishers offer so many different services. You know, some can offer things like porting, localization, marketing. You can hire a publisher just to do your marketing and nothing else. They won't care about your game's timeline, about anything else. They just, Steam takes 30%. How much do publishers take? Worst case scenario? I've seen agreements of upwards of 50% of all revenue. I've seen ones too where you have to pay them back first for the amount of money that they spent on marketing, and then they will just take a percentage of the sales. It depends on the publisher. Remember Greenlight? I do remember Greenlight. I do. Greenlight had some good stuff too. Greenlight was like Kickstarter, but kind of worse. It'll be 50% after what Steam takes and before taxes. Or actually, it would be after taxes potentially. I don't take my word on that. Yeah, I've seen 50% plus marketing costs. It can get really greedy. And you know, after that and after taxes and after paying employees, oftentimes you have nothing. You have nothing left. You can pay for one party for the company. So you just, it depends if your game is good enough. If your game is good enough, you should be able to shop around for publishers. And again, this is publishers' worst case. Good case publishers will take, they won't ask for that marketing recuperation. They will be, they'll be a bit more lenient with things. They will help you out if you need it. You just need to find a good publisher. And that is, yes, easier said than done, especially if you're desperate. But at the same time, if you can't make a good game, you shouldn't be making games. You know, I hate to say that, but there are very few cases where you make bad games and you succeed long term. Yeah. Like as a company, I'm saying, as an individual, you can make bad games and get into game development, but as a company, there are very few cases where a company has made bad games and succeeded long term. Sorry if you heard that line. Is what it is. is what it is. I don't make the rules. I just think them up and write them down. Yeah, I mean, look, again, that was specifically in reference to businesses making bad games. You can, as an individual, learn by making games that end up being bad. Usually people don't make bad games knowing they're going to be bad. But I would also say that a lot of bad games get published because the people in charge of determining if that game is good or bad are stupid and don't know how to tell if the game is good or bad. Because oftentimes, they are not game developers and they are not gamers. They look at things through metrics and numbers. That's it. That's all they care about. Been some horror stories of penalty clauses included based on sales, yes. And yet the publisher has been the one to drop the efforts on marketing, and they end up in some cases owning the IP. So number one, and this is something Devolver Digital has also said, never sell your IP. Never sell your IP. Never worth it. Number two, don't sign something if it is going to fuck you over. If your game is good enough and you have multiple publishers looking into publishing your game, shop around, negotiate, and be very careful about every single word that's written in it. Keep working on it. Request revisions. Worst case, your game just needs to be, yes, always have a lawyer, always have other developers too. If you have friends who have had bad publishing experiences, work with them. I would sell my IP to Nintendo. I don't know if I would. There's something I can show you guys. So like, look, I need a haircut too. Might get that this week. When we first, announced our company, I made a slide of our needs for publishing agreements. So we have things on here like we do not crunch, and that is something that we need in our publishing agreement. We will not crunch. It will be in our agreement. You will never be able to request something from us if we are gone. Okay? It can wait until Monday. We want to retain the right to all of our IPs, but we can agree to first publishing rights for sequels and spin-offs. It just means if there's a sequel and we are working with the publisher, they can give us the offer first before we take it to other publishers, but we can still deny that, right? Because we own the IP, we can then just say, nope, we don't like that. We're going to take it to a different publisher. And other things like we want to control all of our socials, so we don't want a publisher to control our Twitter or our Discord. We want to be in charge of that. We have minimal NDAs, so we're very open about what we share and what we talk about. And something small like we want to have input on product description and marketing to prevent inaccuracies. And I will say, I pitched this to 5 indie publishers. 4 out of 5 said those look great, totally on board. So I would just say you have to know who you're looking for as a publisher. There are great publishers out there. They may not have the budgets of somebody like Paradox, right? Or a new strategy game. But there are good publishers out there. That you can pitch something like that, which I had most of my friends say, I will never find a publisher that is okay with that stuff. But indie publishers, they're often gamers, they're often previous developers, they know what they're doing. I think publishers get a bad reputation. Trust me, I say a lot of bad things about publishers too. But it's mainly the publishers that I know don't have any good values. I know it for a fact. But you can look at somebody like, you guys probably have played a lot of like Raw Fury games. They make some exceptional games. They have some really beautiful, wonderful indie games. These are people they know what they're doing. Why does we don't crunch have to be in the contract when that should be the default? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But by putting it in the contract, we can say no to it, and they can't they can't, guilt us into doing it. And that's also just for it's for our contracts for publisher and contracts for our employees. Is that it's not we're gonna put in our ad for like a new programmer that, hey, one of the perks of working at this place is we don't crunch. No, when you sign the contract, it will explicitly say we do not crunch. Because then it's in writing. It's in writing. It's not a, well, this one time, just this once, we need it. It's no. Mm-mm. But I agree that it should be the norm. Yeah, like Raw Fury Games, as you know, is great. This is an indie publisher I know a couple people at. I think these are the people that need to just get more attention, right? And I wish that Steam put publishers with, I don't know, a high average rating of their games. I wish they would, that the algorithm would help them a bit more, right? Because oftentimes what should be done is not what is done. And when you have that wiggle room, a company will often push that boundary. Yes, they will, as far as possible. By adding it in writing, the employee has more ground to stand on that than just, well, you said this. Yeah, that's 1,000,000% true. I worked at a place that used to put no crunch in their job advert. It's exactly this case that I'm talking about. They put no crunch in their job advertisements, and then we had to crunch, and so they just stealth removed it from the future advertisements. And I'll tell you what, the company didn't stop crunching. They were like, oh, it would be great if we didn't have to crunch. Like, bitch, it's your production choices and stupid management decisions that led to this in the first place. And do you know who has to pay for it? We do. And it wasn't even me that had to pay for it the most because I was in design. It was our programmers that had to pay for it. And that was terrible watching. I got to go home because I was done with my work that I needed to do. And I had to watch as they stayed late. I think if there's if there were a couple of things that pissed me off about that company the most, that was one. That was 100% one of them. Watching my friends destroy their lives and not have any free time, all because of the decisions that other people made. The sheer number of lawsuits that happened because no law was added because the company promised and crossed their heart to not do some evil BS. I mean, we were talking about it yesterday with the discovery of insulin, right? And the guy who discovered it or made it, sold it to a hospital or university for $1 because he didn't believe that something as amazing as that should be in the hands of one person only. It should be utilized by everybody. And now look at what insulin is, especially in like the US, for example. Expensive as shit. Are you in the US? No, but I am from the US. I might move back there one day. I moved to Poland to be closer with my fiance and to get more experience. But we're kind of working towards moving back. Just need to stabilize ourselves financially and find a nice little town, not one of the major cities to live in. Something quiet and relaxing and peaceful. Insulin is crazy, yeah. Yep, and best part is when the people sign a contract, we promise to do this, and then to avoid that binding clause, they make a new LLC. Sell it to them without the clause, and then just use the LLC to be the thing instead, yep. I mean, yeah. So, I can say this. So when I developed Microraptor games, when I first started thinking of it, the first thing I started with was the values. Before we even had a name or a logo, it was, I know I want to do this, but what do we stand for? What's the point? And so, I worked with my friends to develop a set of values that spoke to the way we treat our employees, or that we plan to, and the way that we plan to treat our customers. And we live that every day. And those values are transparency, collaboration, and ethics. And you can see that right now. Like, we're being transparent, we're sharing everything, we don't have anything to hide. We're collaborating by building a game with you and utilizing your different expertises or your feedback. Hey, little buddy. And, you know, we talk about being ethical, but most of the ethics are going to come when we actually have a product to sell. But it also speaks to the way that we treat our employees. Right? Ethics, no crunch. Go have a life. Your life is not this job. This is your job. You do it, and then you go home and you live with your family. You have your free time, have your friends. We have a flat hierarchy, so there's no leads. Everybody has equal say in equal opportunity to speak up against something. Of course, we need people to make final decisions, but it doesn't mean we treat juniors like juniors. And then transparency with employees the same way. Like, we don't hide anything. I've worked at companies that hide company information because they don't want to upset employees by, oh no, we're doing a little bit tough on money. Bitch, you hire adults, okay? If you can't trust them with the truth, then why the hell do you even hire them? To quit doing research into company standards because far too often they are depressingly evil. Yeah. I wonder if an interactive minigame for each resource that determined the efficacy would be valuable. Explain. I mean, everything with the way this is. I don't think this is political, but I think just everything with the way that COVID was handled is at the very least very suspect. And if you ask me, I think it was a convenient way for people in power to gain more power. I'm not saying it was fabricated. I'm saying that it was used as a means to gain more power and control by the people who want power and control. As sad as it is. Like, you shave off the useless parts of a crystal, and the closeness that you get, the less dull parts determines the amount of the resource you gain up to a certain amount. It's worth looking into, but my only worry is that with the amount of resources that the player is expected to harvest, that minigame could become more tedious than enjoyable at a certain point. But it could be looked into. A bunch of people made COVID political, and it was very dumb, and a lot of people died. Yeah. I think that the confusion in what people were supposed to and not supposed to do just made people frustrated, and some things that they said would help didn't help, and some things that they said wouldn't help did help. I mean, there was misinformation from all around regarding it. And I think to some extent people expected that it could be halted completely when we realized that certain parts of our infrastructure that required human contact would inevitably spread something that was that continuous. Right, it sucks, but I think we learned a lot, and I think we learned that a lot of people just want more power. I mean, if that was a surprise. Going on now with new strain. I would see that minigame being annoying except when you can convert a bigger batch of them with a single upgrading station. That's a good point. That's a good point. Batch processing. This research can make it a thing you only have to do once on every resources. Maybe. Or maybe it's something where if you reach, I don't know, but let's just pretend that it has stars that you earn for how well you do it, and if you reach a certain star, you don't have to do it anymore or something. I don't know. We'll call it a day. Do tell when you want to schedule that call. We could actually do it on stream because your first 3 to 4 hours overlap with my last 4 to 3. Let's keep it. Do we have each other added on Discord? August? Hope we do. Yet, I believe. Are you on our Discord server? Make any potion. Okay, I will make potion. I will combine these two. What a wonderful potion. Resist poison and damage stamina regen. Poo poo. Not yet. We'll do it. We'll handle it. Get one strike, get a particular bonus for processing that resource. There wasn't... One of my original ideas was to have it so that when you harvested ingredients, ingredients also had quality. But I felt like that would add too much... Not necessarily RNG, but too many factors to the potion making that would almost make it more of a... It would just make it, I think, in my opinion, more frustrating. Like everything has levels, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, now I don't know what to do. So we want to make sure that we're still catering to that casual to mid-core audience. But I wouldn't mind having game options that allow you to play in a more hardcore fashion. But these would not be the default. It would be frustrating if you can't find the higher tiers, yeah. Just jumped in your Discord, or my Discord joining everyone's servers, lol. Okay, so you can see me in the... I'm Maester Silvio at the top with the purple streaming thing. You just add me. A lot of people send private messages to the bot because they think that that's me, but that's just our bot. I guess they can make higher tiers from lower ones. I think it's a bit of a rabbit hole. Yeah, it could really become at some point, I think, overwhelming. Like, oh, you have this ingredient, and these are its effects, but these are its effects if it's higher tier. And these are effects if it's higher tier and processed. So it's like you have a cascading amount of variance to resources. So you take 2 grass blades and turn them into a banana. Yes. Alright, sent. Alright. I'll check it out later. By the way, if people are wondering, I'm doing the tutorial just to make sure that it's still completable. And because maybe it's kind of interesting to watch what the gameplay is like. I do think that there are people who like that cascading stuff, but we need to see where the core audience is currently situated and what they expect out of the game. And that's kind of like, if anybody is new to game dev, that is, in my opinion, one of the core jobs of a game designer, is not to have ideas, but to determine which ideas are going to fit the pillars of the game and fit the audience, right? Take care, August. We'll talk later. See ya. I once, when I was young, I thought that it was just, oh, the person who has the idea for the game must be the designer. So if I want to design games and make them, or, you know, if I want to make games that are according to my own ideas, I need to become a designer. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. Most of the time, you're just solving problems and you're filtering ideas of the team through your defense of the game pillars and your knowledge of what the players expect, what your ideal market is. I like the appeal towards more casual players because that is my sister and girlfriend that hate that layer of depth and prefer to be more direct like Slime Rancher. So I will say that this game, in my personal opinion, before we've done any analytics of the market, is probably 70% female and 30% male. Leaning more towards the casual to mid-core female player base. And I am of that 30% male, in my opinion, where I would play a game like this, because I like the crafting system, but females, what is that? But with its focus on NPCs and stories, you tend to find, on average, more women are into that kind of gameplay than, and men are more interested in the systems, right? Again, these are generalizations, but it follows a bell curve. Women interested in people, men interested in systems. That's just basic psychology. I mean, there will be hot gamer girls on the Discord, yes. And none of them will talk to you. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be pretty cool to see if I can learn some more about how to cater to a primarily female audience. I have never worked on a game where that was the case. So I think I'll have a lot to learn. Okay, so Blue Dick Boy definitely didn't arrive at the hut, right? Did he break? Is he stuck? Just have to add ghosts and murder to the game and females will be flocking it. Vampires, I have to add hot vampires. To say, I think the only crafting system I really gauged with was the one in Fallout 4. I'm pretty sure it was because the system would highlight things I was looking for out in the world. I do like being able to specify which junk items you're looking for, and for it to just show that symbol, the little magnifying glass. I do like that. May actually be able to get my girlfriend and sister to playtest and give some tips. I would love that. I do have a bug right now, and that is that Blue Dick Boy did not appear to poof out of the ground. That would be why. Why did this happen? Is there a scan-esque feature like a detector of sorts for resource? No, but that doesn't mean that there can't be one. I think there will be some level of focus around... Yeah, I mean, it was just working. But I think there will be some level of accessibility that needs to be focused on if we want to cater to the right audience. Did we delete him on accident? Did he fall? Right here. He was just working. 30%. I know that desires to explore so general direction of resources might be good. So I can say this. The resources that you find in the world are placed all by hand. All by hand. We will not be using procedural generation. So there will be some combination of when you learn that mushrooms are likely to be around decaying logs, or a crystal is found in a cave, this is where you will find them. So it does two things. So you'll be able to predict usually where you can find a certain ingredient, and if it's there, it will always be there again. And if you need help, because they're hand placed, there will be players who can help you by saying, I found a large number of X resource in this area. And it will be there for you too. Will you add autoplay to cater to the very casual? I don't think so. I do like the idea of a witch compass that goes in the direction. That could be pretty cool. Yeah, to me, this is not a game that will need a wiki or shouldn't need a wiki, but it is a game where the community can make one and share information. I really like that. I like players helping each other, and if we do procedural generation, then players will have different locations of ingredients, and that's good for some things, but it's also bad because players can't learn the game, and they can't share their knowledge. I like that. I like that. Any collectathon game needs a wiki, yeah. I mean, and it won't be a replacement for an in-game way of tracking what you've learned. You know, I can show you again here, where when we have an ingredient, you can see here that there are biomes, light requirements, and seasons. So you'll at least be able to understand, okay, you know, this ingredient that I need is only found in the forested plains, and it's not available in winter, so if it's winter, I'm like, okay, I know I can't find this. Subnautica is an extreme example, always something super obscure to be hidden away someplace. We're also taking like inspiration from Elden Ring, where there is you know, the discovery is a reward of exploration. That a game just with exploration, an open world with exploration but no discovery, is a boring open world. So you need to think of some place where something hidden might be and find it. Subnautica handcrafted, I think for the most part, yes. For the almost entire part. If it's properly procedural, not just random, you are right that players can have that, but I'd still rather place them by hand so it feels more handcrafted, I guess. But you are right, Disthorn. I was also really intrigued by the crafting system in Dragon Age Inquisition. I agree. I really enjoyed that you could craft armor and weapons with the materials that you wanted to. I think that, you know, the game Dragon Age Inquisition had some really good ideas, but I think it was really hindered by its weird MMO-like quest in open world design. It almost felt like it was more of a chore to explore in Dragon Age Inquisition than it was fun. But that's just my opinion. Why is this broken? If I force the... Yeah, he just doesn't show up. It's really weird. We know it's triggering the next stage properly, so why is it... so loud. It's so loud. I really loved how Inquisition was a single-player MMO. Okay. You're on the opposite end of the spectrum. I mean, I really like certain aspects of it. I don't know. I think part of it too was the hinterlands. I think the hinterlands were really poorly designed. Every Dragon Age since Origins tried to differentiate itself in ways that diminished the series. So I got my fiance to play Mass Effect, right? The trilogy, not Andromeda, and she loved it. She loved it, and I wanted to try and get her into Dragon Age, but I know that there are just there's too many asterisks. She liked playing that one single character that she could bring through all 3 games, and as great as Dragon Age Origins is, I know she would probably feel lessened by Dragon Age 2 and the unfortunate parts of its design and the rushing of the game, and then Inquisition just being something different entirely. I don't think it would be her type of jam. Why does this work this way? What are those errors? Why did they occur? Holy Jesus. So it is. You didn't answer my question. What did I say? Oh, how do we how do we advance seasons? Will it be FOMO? I'm thinking of advancing seasons right now by having just that day-night cycle, and eventually it will slowly fade into other seasons. That's gonna have to be something that we determine with not only more prototypes but also a art director. So we can figure out, do we want it to be something where we play a cutscene of the season changing, and that's how we transfer between seasons? Do we do, something like Stardew Valley, right? Or do we slowly fade it? I kind of like the way that Hogwarts Legacy handled it. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, because slowly fading art assets in between each other can be very expensive from an artistic standpoint, right? It just depends. It depends on how long these seasons last and how much of a ingredient you need. So this all comes down to balance and how we want to tell the player that they need to gather certain things. So I wouldn't get too worried about it right now. It's just something that I know of the pitfalls here. I know of the ways that it's going to make the player feel bad. I want to avoid that, but I can't say anything specific yet because we haven't tested it, and I don't know how much it would cost. So just don't be too worried. If anything too, don't forget, if we do add like farming, that the player would be able to obtain seeds and farm things in their greenhouse or whatever year round. So if they needed something specific, they could grow it on their own. Remember back in the day, I was promised a more action-oriented game in DA2 and was sorely disappointed. I was expecting something like Mass Effect, but with like Arkham's combat instead of shooting. I think Mass Effect kind of spoiled me in that regard. Mass Effect is a great, such a great series. Not like he was just falling, right? It's like it specifically couldn't access Blue Dip Boy, and that's never happened before, and I don't know why. We didn't change anything to that. Yeah, see, here he is. I don't know. We spawn him at when you finish a certain tutorial of making any potion, we spawn him close to the hut. Because it normally takes him 5 minutes to walk from his spawn point to the hut. So we kind of spawn him in so that the tutorial doesn't just linger for 5 minutes. I don't know, he's never had the issue where he fell through the ground before there, so I just kind of left it like that. Weird. I don't know. A horrible night to have a curse. Oh no. The blood moon is rising. That would be cool. So, I can share you one of the inspirations. We have this, right, where I want certain weather events to trigger kind of naturally inspired but magical seeming events in our world, right? Like rain on a beach with bioluminescent algae. It could be cool to have certain events like a blood moon or like a harvest moon, right? It's gonna show me the game. Don't show me the game. Show me a real harvest moon. You know, where you have that beautiful dark orange, and maybe some of this can trigger different events or different effects in ingredients. I don't know. Yeah, I like the idea of naturally inspired, magical feeling things that change the world in some way, even if it's just for one night or for one day. Bioluminescent grass suddenly rising to chest height. I do think like reactive nature to the player is a really cool thing that hasn't been explored in too many games. So, you know, this is something that this needs to be explored. We need to take our time, not systemize the immersion or the feeling of the game too much, and let the imagination of the team really come to life and just make something special. And I'm just one person. That's why, you know, I can't make the game as good as it could be, because I'm just one person. I like working with individuals and teams that build off of each other, right? How far from complete is this demo? Very. So for me, a demo would be a vertical slice. This is just a prototype. I can show you something. But you can't, I will say...
It's just a prototype.
This is true, but you can play it. You can play it if you want on our Discord. It's available to anyone. You don't have to be a sub or pay anything. You can just play it. Where is this? Production. So we are here in pre-production working towards our first playable. And then we're seeking funding for the first phase of production here, vertical slice. But we're not going to be moving from first playable to vertical slice until I feel happy with this and we have enough funding to build a team that can start moving us through those first phases of production. This is the phase we're in. Chaotic, rapid development and iteration of prototypes. Continuous honest feedback. If fun doesn't exist in this phase, it won't come after pre-production. And we embrace creativity, we don't stifle it with rules and restrictions. So we just, hey, maybe this sounds good, maybe it doesn't. And in order to consider the first playable done, we need to have the gameplay loop fully realized. It needs to be fun. Placeholder assets and UI are okay wherever they are. You know, and this is the most important part, is experienced developers and publishers can fill in those holes, those missing aspects, to see where improvements are going to be made later. And to move out of first playable towards vertical slice, we need our GDD. We need to reiterate on gameplay loop and pillars to finalize them. And we need to have a plan for creating the production ready tools and assets. And then we can start moving towards vertical slice, where prototype code is entirely scrapped. And we develop processes and abandon chaos. And we, you know, again, we define pipelines, guidelines, and documentation while developing. That's the way we're doing it. Making sure that we build this carefully, properly, and without bugs and shitty code. At which stage does the development money start rolling in? So you can sell a prototype. You can also get money for developing prototypes, but for a new company, even with experienced developers, although this depends, usually you need to prove that you know what you're doing. Obviously, if you have a company that's started by industry veterans from Naughty Dog and Riot and Blizzard, you know, ex-employees, you can probably get funding for your prototype. But usually, you need to have a prototype, a first playable, before you get funding, and you can start to look into getting funding for your vertical slice. Roundabout vertical slicing, is that just making a fully finished section of a game? Yes. That includes everything you'd want in the rest of the game? Yes. So the way that I like to refer to it is production-ready pipelines, release quality assets. And you know, those I think are the most important aspects. Are everything you see is release quality with, use simpler words. I think that is. I think that is pretty fair. Like, release quality assets. So assets in the quality that you would have in a release, and production ready pipelines. So pipelines that are ready for full production. Sounds like they'd be funding a maybe, not a game. Yes, that is often the case. I mean, that is the risk of investment. That is how most games get funded, is in early stages where it's a maybe, which is the reason why we have games that are not very fun, that aren't very good, is just because it was a bad investment. Diablo 4. And yeah, for me, a vertical slice is a good demo because it is a representation of the game where you don't have to put any asterisks. You just say, this game isn't released yet, but this is a small sample of the game. Charisma helps too. You could sell snow to a penguin. I don't think I'm very charismatic. I could be better. If we go and I don't want to spoil myself with Kickstarter, because we have Kickstarter reviews later in the month. What's a game that we 100% looked at before? I think we looked at this, right? When you go to Kickstarter, one of the most important aspects is this, a demo. This, you shouldn't, in my opinion, you shouldn't go to Kickstarter. Was this a scam? Or the day before? It was a scam. That was a scam. That was a totally different thing. I can talk about the day before, but that was just a straight up scam. You need to make sure that the first time you're showing off the game and you want players to play it and to back it is the best representation, because sometimes you only get that one shot to impress a player before they move on to the next game. Games are releasing every day. Why should they care about your game? And so you want to provide them with the best possible product and showcase. You know, if I show this, I have to say, well, this is made with assets that, I got from the store, so these would be replaced. Also, this system is only half-baked because we need to keep iterating on it. This system of potion throwing isn't even made properly yet. It's like, it's asterisk upon asterisk, and at a certain point, players don't know what is real and what isn't. Which is why this is not meant for selling to players yet. It's why I don't have a Steam page. Because this is meant to be combined with a GDD and with a pitch to sell the end result to the publisher, so that they can say, okay, you need to fill in this hole, this hole, this hole, improve this, this, and this. You're asking for how much for that, and how are you going to spend that money? Yeah, I'm playing Dragon's Dogma 2 on stream tomorrow. And for like the next week. Face full of Becky, hell yeah. Yolanda and Becky. We have a role play of our Dragon's Dogma 2. Of a simp and his queen. She still won't date him. I plan to do some tasks for you this weekend. Do you have any? Yes. Can we improve the AI of these little creatures? They had that bug. You can look back on that day and that bug that we had. As for the day before, it was a straight up scam. Do you know what they did with the day before? this is an alternate marketplace, but let's just pretend that this is the Unreal Marketplace. Because it is the Unreal Marketplace, just a different way of looking at it. They said, okay, we want survival game. Okay, 175 bucks purchased. We want some vehicles you can drive. Okay, that looks good, purchase. We want some destruction. Okay, looks good, purchase. We want, finally, some environments. Purchase. And then they make some pretty good looking trailers with these things in there. And that's it. That's about all they do. And then they ask you for money. So they don't know how to work with these things. They don't know how to make them work with each other. They don't know how to build anything of their own. They had a few $1,000s to spend. They bought some assets. They made a bunch of lies about how much time they were spending working on it and how good it was and what it was. And then, well, it ended up with what it was. Everybody getting refunded on Steam, right? I have a couple ideas. Any other tasks? Let me think about it. Let me think about it and get back to you. We will see. But you know, if you're interested in like exposing scams or having scams exposed, you know, I always talk about our Kickstarter streams, and I would love to have more people on those. We just go on Kickstarter, we look at all the video games that are currently live, and we talk about them, and we say, okay, this is why it's successful, this is why it's not. They're asking $100,000 for 5 paragraphs of their game idea. Fuck off. That's not happening. You know, it's a lot of fun. I think we get drunk while doing it. At some point, it just devolves into me ranting about games that are scams and written by ChatGPT. But at the very least, I think it will expose what a scam looks like and what a good game looks like. And the ones that are like, okay, this is golden. What do I need to do to get featured there? Just make a Kickstarter. And I probably will look at it. We can't get through all of them every month because there are just so many. Where's Kickstarter? There are... like right now there are 163 live projects. And it's like, I can't get through all these. Maybe on Discord and React channel. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll get some more people this month. We've had some pretty great growth this month with followers. You guys have almost got me to 200 followers, and I don't have anything planned. It was like 1 week ago I said, okay, well maybe in a month or so we can think about what we want to do for when we reach 200 followers. And you guys have almost got me to 200 followers. You are insane, you guys. I don't know what I'll do. We can play some games together. We can do some, I don't know, Deep Rock Galactic or, I don't know, Helldivers would be pretty fun. Stop pushing your OnlyFans. I'll go buy some acid packs and get started then. No. I was going to make a Kickstarter once, went as far as getting some key art and making a page, but then I chickened out. I have some good metrics from somebody who was extremely experienced in Kickstarter. What the hell is Oni Onsen? Oh no. Oh no. 25 days left. We're gonna see that. We're gonna see that next week. Let me see. Just camera. Just cam. Oh, here it was. I made some notes. He talked about what makes a successful Kickstarter. And he had some really good metrics. Was a broken sword? I think we went through that last month. It's okay, so here are some of the numbers that he gave. 4 to 5 simple pledges. 3 to 6 months you should have a pre-campaign talking about that you're going to be on Kickstarter. In 24 to 48 hours, you should have 100% of your funding. It is a psychological effect, and you will get more money that way. Funding goals should be 50% of what you actually want. The first 3 and last 3 days are the most important. You get an organic boost early, so it's more easily browsable. And Kickstarter does not give you any help in the middle. But you do also get a small organic boost in the last 3 days. You need to have an interested people and community before you go to Kickstarter. We're kind of doing that. So let's see. KPI should be followers on pre-launch page. And you get about 20% of conversion of pre-launch followers to Kickstarter backers. You should have 2 videos, one talking head video about 1 to 3 minutes of you very passionate, of course. I don't think you should fake that, of course. We won't have to fake that, thankfully. And a gameplay trailer about 1 to 1.5 minutes. You should have a demo, obviously. Host an AMA with developers. I like that. I forgot about that. But I do think that's great. And that's something we can do because we have this community already, right? Did not have any community presence back then. Yeah, community presence I think is huge for this. You should change your main video after 1 to 2 days to be gameplay trailer instead of a talking head. Keep stretch goals hidden until funding goal reached, and reveal them one by one. Again, that is a psychological effect. So players will see that if you're asking for $25,000 and you have Kickstarter, or you have stretch goals up until like $500,000, they're just gonna look at you like you're a greedy asshole. Like, bro, come on, you're not gonna reach that, and you're hiding these amazing features behind $500,000. It might be true financially, but it just feels bad for players. You should have more than 20 updates in the 30-day campaign period. Lots of eye-catching assets. Ideally, assets not in demo, because players can play the demo to see certain things, and you should entice them with more things. So now the big one. The big ones are 10 to 15% of all traffic converts to Kickstarter page followers. 15 to 20% of Kickstarter page followers convert to backers. And 15 to 25% of your funds raised will be spent on marketing. But you must get 30%. If you want to be successful at all, you must get 30% in your first 72 hours. And then there's a whole bunch here about, it being a full-time job to make a Kickstarter page, which I agree with. You need to work with partners to see if your scope actually justifies going to Kickstarter. And share victories with backers, right? There's a lot of really good stuff I wrote down here. It was easily the talk that I went to that I made the most notes about. Hope I see that guy again this year, because I'll try to talk to him again. Oh my god, it is really late, guys. It is 4:50. Holy. I gotta get going home. You guys have been crazy. AM or PM? It is PM. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 15 minutes. Stay with me, please don't go. I'll be on tomorrow, don't worry. Don't want to be alone, don't worry. We will be streaming Dragon's Dogma 2 tomorrow. I know that a lot of you might not be interested, so do not worry. We will be back to Cauldron Chronicles after we're done with that. The game's not going anywhere. We just want to play Dragon's Dogma 2, and if you're not interested, that's okay. You don't have to show up. But if you're only interested in Dragon's Dogma, we will be back to it in April, most likely. It really depends on how long we play Dragon's Dogma 2. I think this is enough days. And then we can start to do half days like we did here in January, where we did some development and then continued with the game. So we're just gonna kind of go big dick on it for like a week, do Kickstarter reviews, and then get right back into development. We have a pretty full month here in April to do that, so no worries. Almost 2 a.m. here in Australia, jeez. No AM or PM, only 24 hours. I like my PM. I'm still worried about that bug. I really don't want that bug to just be something random that pops up for players. Because if they don't have the NPC showing up, it ain't good. But I think he was just, for some reason, falling through the map, even though he wasn't doing that before. Oh. Like, I put the NPC in the map, and he would be fine there. And then something changed, and he fell through it. I just put a cube underneath him. Bet you like measuring with your feet too. Yes, I do. Please, thank you for the follow.
So, you heard anything about any
I think he despawned
bounty
you.
hunters from these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
He should be fine here. We'll just hang out. Yeah, I think he just despawned. He reached some like crazy integer level. So what I do right now is I just move him above ground. I tried spawning him in, but it was causing some problems, so I just keep him in the scene, but I just teleport him up a bit and tell him that he can walk. Yeah, I think he just despawned. And I hadn't noticed it before. But it's better now. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get going. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you for all the love and the follows. We are so close to 200 followers. I'm gonna have to think of something that we can do together. Maybe play some Helldivers with followers, or with just anybody on stream when we reach 200. So if you'd like to see that, consider giving us a follow if you'd like to see more. We do both game and game dev, but we focus on game dev. What else can I say? We have a YouTube where if you want to see all days of development, we have it all on YouTube, all of it. We can finally stream in 1080p 60 and upload that to YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, tell me how you like the new 1080p 60. How often does it happen that you have to change the game because the code doesn't want you to behave like you want it to? Not very often. Unreal's pretty flexible. Unreal is capable, sometimes not very flexible. So you can get it to do what you want, but you have to beat it into submission, right? Additionally, if you like our what we're doing and you want to join us on Discord, you can get updates when we go live or when we post a new YouTube video, so usually our VODs. And you can talk with us and share your games. You can talk about game dev or just gaming. It's a very casual place. It's not super serious at all. And what else do we have? You can follow us on Twitter if you want to get updates on when we go live too, if that's your preferred method. Other than that, thank you guys for showing up. I will see you tomorrow for Dragon's Dogma 2, right in the morning. I hope our computer can handle it. Worst case, I'm going to run home and we can play it from my home computer where I definitely can run it, so we'll see. But thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the love, all the follows, and thank you so much to the Captain Coder for the raid and Elite TechWorks for the raid as well. You guys have been lovely. And Travis Bragg. So many follows today. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for all the support and love that you've given me, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys. Omni Digital 2, thank you for the follow.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
We are going to go shopping. We're going to go shopping for some awesome alcohol. Take care. Take care, TG Zombie. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. I'm going to send you some love in chat. Oh, I'm pink today. Interesting. See you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Play Sudoku. Love your neighbor. Eat a hot chip. Build Legos. Pet spiders. Do whatever you need to do to be happy. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.